Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. Just, we'll start off in a minute or two, but any queries or questions that you would like to ask before we start off with the session? Right. So there are no queries. We'll get started off with, discussing the assignment, and then we'll take it forward from there. Okay. So the only change that you needed to make was you needed to make it, read only and auto-generated. Okay. That was the way in which you could do that. So firstly, the auto-generated part, right? And to do the auto-generated part, you'll have to keep track of what was the last employee. And this would be common for all the employee objects. So I need a static variable to do that. I'm calling that a static int count. And every time a new employee object is added, this count needs to increment by 1. So initially the value, if it was 0, every time a new employee object is being added, we are adding 1 to the count. So count plus plus and storing that into the employee number. So this is what we are actually doing for incrementing the employee number. We'll have two different variables. Quickly, before we do that, can I get a yes, no from you all? How many of you all could complete the assignment, and get it working? Yes or no? Just give me a yes or a no in there. Right. And again, I'm requesting all of you all to answer. So I just know what is the general status. Even if you're not done, it's okay. I want to know that you're not done it. So put in a yes or a no in there. All right. Ravi, what happened? You couldn't do it or, didn't have the time or what are the issue?
Both the things, sir.
Sorry?
Both the things, sir. I
Okay.
couldn't do it. I had no time with it. So I'll try it out today.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Similarly, Rohan. So now my request to everybody is try and finish it on that given day, because then, otherwise the next topics come in, you'll have other things to do the next day. So finish off things on that given day. I'm not, uh, you know, I'm not checking the assignments from the point of view of, have you done it? Yes, no, punish if you don't. That's not my objective. But my objective here is to make sure that if you have tried it out, then I know that you know the concepts on that given day. All right. And then when you're trying it out, if there are questions that come up, then you can ask me questions before we start the session, get your concepts cleared. That is the idea behind the assignments. So it is not something that you have to give marks on or whatever. It is mainly to ensure that you are learning it correctly. So, that static in count, we are incrementing it every single time. Second thing that we're doing here is that employee number has been made as read only. And to do that, all that we did was put in only the get. We did not put in the set. So these are the two changes that was required from the first assignment. First assignment, I had shared my code with you. All right. And then this was the change that we had done in the second one. Any questions about this? About how to get it read only? Anyone who's done it any other way? Has anyone else done it any other way?
Or make the setter private.
Okay, fine. Okay, good. I haven't shown you that concept. I'm in fact going to discuss that right now. Anyone else, any other solutions to this? All right. So these are the things that we had done. Now, while doing this, normally we have been saying that whenever you are trying to assign a value, you should say this dot property equal to value. And if you do it with this dot property equal to value, then the validations get called. But if you could do it with this dot variable equal to value, the validations will not be called. This is what we have discussed yesterday. Now, when you're doing EMP-NO equal to plus count, I'm using the variable here. I cannot use the property here. I cannot say EMP-NO with capital E because this here is a read-only property. So I cannot change it to the property. This gives you an error. Now, what if the property had some validations? Here in this example, it does not have any validations. What if it had validations? Then these validations will not run. For example, now, when you say EMP-NO with this variable equal to the value, the problem is that your set is getting not called in this example. And the set may have some code in here. Okay. So we're going to look at an alternate way of doing the same thing. In fact, that is the answer that, this earlier person said that I've done it in a different way, and I'll show you how to do that as well. But this is what we have done for a read only. This is the first example that we had. In the second example, what I'm doing here is this. While creating the property to make it read only, we are using a property accessor. So this, what we are doing is we are giving a access specifier for a property by marking one of the two, either the get or the set, as a different access specifier from the access specifier from the property. So my property is public. Public int EMP number. This is public. But I have marked the set as private. So I'm saying private set out here. Moment I say it's private, it would imply that anything that you're trying to do from within the class, they can call that code. But from outside the class, this would not be available to you. So from outside the class, if I try creating an object of that class, and I try doing this obj.employee number equal to 1 to 3, this gives me an error saying that because the set is inaccessible. So this is not allowed. So you're getting what you want. You're getting the property as read only by marking it as a private set. While creating a property accessor, there are two things that you need to remember. First thing is you can only decrease access. You cannot increase access. Now, what do I mean by decrease access? The property has been marked as public, and I'm changing the set to private. Now, public is more accessible than private. So you can decrease access, but you cannot increase it. I could not have done the reverse. For example, if this property was private, I could not go and say that this should be public. This should not be allowed. In this case, what am I trying to do? I'm trying to increase access. All right. Now, what are the levels of access that you would have? Look at me for a second. Look at my, video for a second. The highest is public, right? And the lowest is private. All others are in between. We are trying to say. What we're trying to do out here is talk about the access specifier. So the highest is public. Highest is public. Lowest is private. And everything else is in between. What will be the second highest? What do you think will be the second highest? Which has the most access after public? What do you think will be the second highest option out here?
Internal,
Yes?
maybe?
No. Something more than internal. A combination of both the answers that you protected internal.
Protected internal.
Internal is a combination of both, no? Of protected plus internal. So highest is public, second highest is protected. At third place, internal and protected both are at the same level. So both are considered at the same level. Then you have private protected, and then lastly, private. So these are the access specifiers, and you can reduce access, you can't increase it. So that is the first rule. Second rule is only one of the two can have it. Meaning what? If you're giving it for get, you can't give it for set also. If you're giving it for set, you can't give it for get also. Any one of the two can be getting those values. So this is what we are talking about. So any one of the two, get or set, can have a lesser access than the access of the property. These are two things to remember. So this is the second way. One person said that he had done it this way. Anyone else who had done it this way? Yeah. All right. So that's the second possibility. The third possibility is you could create a read-only auto property. So how do you create a read-only auto property? This is the auto property. You put in only a get. And if you put in only a get, then what would happen here is it cannot be accessed from outside the class. So for example, if I try doing this again, obj.employee number is equal to whatever, it gives you an error out here. Now what happens in an auto property that the code is generated for you? Now, if I've got an auto property, look at what I'm doing out here. I'm saying EMP number equal to plus plus count. So what is this actually calling? When you're saying EMP number equal to plus plus count, what code is this calling?
What is?
Calling the code for the set of this property. But do we have a set out here? Do we have a set out here? So then how is this possible? Because even though we don't have a set, it's allowing you to set a value here. Now, this is a very interesting thing. This line of code of EMP number equal to something will only work in a constructor. So if you've got a read-only auto property, then the value can be set only at one place. And that one place is in the constructor. After the constructor is over, then this line of code will not work. For example, if I just try to write the same code in a different function, let's say void x, right? And I tried to do this, this line gives me an error saying that, you can't change the value of this, it is read-only. So I've written the same line. In a constructor, it works, but outside the constructor, it does not work. Are you clear on this, everybody? Understood this, everybody? This is a
Yes,
read-only
sir.
auto property. All right. So can be only changed in the constructor. I've given that out here, which says that it's only available in the constructor. Okay. So that's the third way in which you could create a read-only property. Obviously, any of these ways are okay. Did anyone do it with this way? Did anyone, stumble upon this in a read-only auto property? Right. So, Pallavi, is that an answer to my yes, this question or something? Or okay, so somebody did try it out this way. All right. Now there is a fourth way of creating it, but we will see that after we have seen one more concept. So at this point, I don't want to discuss that because you have not seen that concept as yet. But there's a fourth way of creating a read-only property, and we'll see that in a later example. But for now, this is what I had out here. This is where I'd asked you all to work with this. And it was a fairly simple one in terms of only minor change that had to be made. So not too much to do for you. Let me carry on from where we had last stopped off. And I'll take up yesterday's example for interfaces. Okay. So we had stopped with interfaces halfway through. I had not taken up the other one, but other way of doing this, we had just seen with how interfaces work with one small example. All right. I'm going to copy paste some code from an existing. Sorry, I opened the wrong project. I was trying to save time on typing, but I guess if I had typed it out, it would have probably been faster. Just give me a minute while I open it. I'm not able to locate that code. All right, so just quickly recapping some of the things that we said yesterday. We had created an interface and we had implemented that interface in one of two ways, right? And the two ways in which we had implemented it was either directly or indirectly. So I'll just take the same example that we did yesterday. I'm not changing anything in there. I've copy pasted that exact same thing. And we had done yesterday. So quick recap. After you implemented that interface, right? After you implemented that interface in that class, you are either calling it directly with method 1 or calling it with method 2, method 3, or method 4. Now with method 2, you declared a explicit reference, made that reference point to the object that we had created. So this line is doing what OIDB equal to OBJ is pointing to actually what OBJ is pointing to, and then calling the methods from there. This, instead of doing it in 2 lines, you could have created an implicit reference. When you're creating an implicit reference, you're saying that OBJ is being typecast to IDB functions and then calling insert. The only methods available here were the methods of the interface. Similarly, instead of typecasting it, you have another keyword here called as, which does the same effect as typecast. So this is where we had stopped off yesterday. All right. Okay, I'm going to make a copy of that code and we're going to try out one more example. So in yesterday's example, we had implemented the interface. A class can implement more than one interface, right? A class can implement multiple interfaces. So I'm going to create another interface here called file functions. And these are functions that you would typically do with a file. Common operations that you will perform with a file, let's say open a file, maybe close a file, maybe delete a file. All right. And I'm going ahead and implementing the interface. To do that, same as yesterday, I will firstly implement this interface. Now, when I implement the interface, let's see what methods get added out here. You'll find that it's added 2 methods, open and close. All right. Now it's not added a delete out here. I had 3 methods in my interface, open, close, and delete. But it has added only 2. So why has it added only 2? That's my first question to you. And then we'll see, how it works out. So first question to you is, why has it added only 2 methods? The interface had 3 methods.
Delete's
Also
already
3
there, sir.
methods. Correct. So one of the methods, delete, is already there in your class. And this method delete has actually come in from idb.delete. Right? So you can't have 2 methods in the class having the same name and same signature. If the parameters were different, it would have allowed you. But if the name was the same and the method signature is also the same, then it would not allow you that. So in this case, I am not having a different implementation code for delete. Let me put a console.writeLine statement here for open, and this is actually ifile.open, and I have a ifile.close. So these two methods are there. Now, what this effectively means right now, currently, what you are implying when you're writing code like this is you're saying that the code that you'll write in delete is going to be common whether you delete something from a database or whether you go and delete a file. So you're going to write exactly the same code. This is what we are currently implying. Now, is that correct? Is that implication correct? Is that assumption correct? That the code for deleting from the database or the code from deleting a file is going to be identical.
No,
Is that
sir.
okay?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Absolutely no. We need two different functions. We want two implementation codes. But in this case, it causes you a problem. So how do you handle this problem? Now, to handle such a specific situation, what is the situation out here? That we are implementing more than one interface, and the interface has some common methods in both the different interfaces. If you have such a situation, then rather than implementing the interface in this manner, we're going to implement it in the other way. Yesterday, while we were implementing the interface, we saw that there are two ways. So the second way is what is known as an explicit implementation of an interface. So let's see the second way in which you can implement the interface. I'll come back to the code out here. And instead of implementing the interface in this manner, I will implement the interface explicitly. And when I implement it explicitly, this code that it has generated for me, which is different from what you can see below. The line below, the last line below, you could see what was there earlier. Earlier, it was showing you public void open. Now this code has changed and it is implemented in this way. So what are the changes that you notice? What are the first change that you notice? First change that you notice.
Instead of only writing the function name, it is also writing the interface name as well as.
Correct. Correct. So the first change that you have here, it says interface name dot function name. That is the first change. And there is one more change. What is the second change that you notice? There is one more. Look at the method below. Line 102 is the earlier code.
Access specifier.
So this is no longer public. Right? This is no longer public. All right? So let's try writing the code for these out here. Let's put in the code out here. All right. Now, what does this allow me to do? What does this allow me to do? It allows me to have two different codes for delete. So I'm writing one code for delete here, and I've got one more code for delete on top. Delete on top, and this is ifile.delete below. So it has allowed me these two functions here. But let's try calling the code now. So let's go back to our main. Right? Let's go back to our main, and we'll try calling it with method 1. And method 1 obj dot. So it shows you insert, it shows you update, it shows you delete, but it does not show you open, close, and delete from file. It does not show you open, close, and delete from file. So why do you think it is not showing you open, close, and delete from file? Why is it not showing you open, close, and delete? It's not showing you those methods.
Because of the
Why?
access specifier, sir.
Correct? Because they are no longer public. So what would be available only would be the public members. So let's try making it public. And if I try making it public, it gives me an error saying that, if you're using explicit implementation, then public cannot be given out here. So these are implicitly private. right? You cannot give any access specifier. The moment you're saying IDB functions dot or ifile functions dot open, you cannot mark it as public. So which means now I cannot call it with method 1. This is not available to me at all. Are you getting this, everybody? Earlier method 1 was available because the method was public. But now it's no longer public. So method 1 is not available. So you can't do it with this. But you can do it with method 2. So help me with method 2. Can you look at the code on top and tell me what all to do out here? Speak out the code. Always speak code. When you speak code, it's easier to remember the code. It's easier to code. You should be able to speak code. Just like you speak English, you should learn how to speak code. Right? It helps you formulate your code better. Your code flows then. So ifile functions, OI file, right? I'm just doing the same thing out here. OI file is equal to obj. And now if I did OI file dot, I would get all the functions from ifile functions. In this case, open, close, and delete. So all of these are available out here. Are you clear on this, everybody?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm not writing all 3 methods. I'm just writing one of them. How will I do it with this one? What will I do in this case? Again, take obj, typecast this to ifile functions, and lastly, dot whatever, open, close, or delete, whatever method that you're calling out. Right? Similarly, with the last one, call out the code obj as ifile functions dot open. All right? This is what you're doing out here. So in this example, method 1 is not available at all. All right? The only options you have are method 2, 3, and 4. So yesterday we had a discussion. We said, which would you prefer? Method 1 was the standard option you will prefer in most cases. But in this particular example, you cannot use method 1. You are then to use either method 2, 3, or 4. Are you clear on this, everybody?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, if you look at this code, right? If you look at this code, which one was the issue? Which function was the problem?
Delete, sir.
Delete. Was there any ambiguity or any problem in open or close?
No, sir.
Right?
No, sir.
Open or close could have worked correctly. So you can have a mixed approach, which means what? You need not do it with this like this. Open and close you could have written in this manner. So now open and close can be called with method 1. So I'm having a mixed approach now. 2 functions, I'm doing it with a public implementation. And one of them, which is causing a problem, I'm doing it with an explicit implementation. So you can have a combination of things here. Also, if you look at this delete, this is, when you create an object of the class and call delete, the user will not know what delete is this. Is this the ifile.delete or is this the idb.delete? The user won't know this. So I'm going to go and change this to an explicit implementation. And to do that, I'll have to do it in what way? To remove the public access specifier and put in what? idb functions.delete. So which means now I'm saying that only the functions which are causing me a ambiguity, which are causing me a problem, those functions, I will write them down as explicit implementation. But all other functions which are not causing a problem, I will write them as public functions. So this is a mixed approach that you will follow. Are we clear on this, everybody?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And object that class, of course, you can't do obj or delete. This won't work. But all other methods will work. So what can you now do? Obj dot, what can you also call? Open, close, and insert and update. All of these can be called in this way. Obj dot close also could be called out here without any problem. But for delete, you'll have to call it with what? Either method 2, 3, or 4. And if you have to call it this way, OIDB dot delete is calling the delete from there, or OI file dot delete is calling delete from there. I'm not writing method 3 and 4. You can try that out in the lab. Are we clear on this, everybody?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So that's how you would go about implementing, interfaces with either method 1, 2, 3, 4. You're going to call them, and depending upon what you need. Questions, if any, before we move to the next example? All right. Now, in the next example, what I'm doing here is I just want to show you how interfaces can help you write standardized code. Okay. So, firstly, I just want to show you what I've done. I've got a class here, class 1, which implements IDB functions, right? So this is the same class that we've been using all along. Class 1, which implements IDB functions. I also have class 2, which implements IDB functions. So both these classes are implementing. Again, the code in there is standard code, just console.writeLine statements out here, nothing majorly different. So there are two classes that implement that same interface. Now, when you have a situation like this, let's see how our code looks. I create an object of type class 1. I create an object of type class 2. So obj1 is of type class 1, obj2 is of type class 2. If I have to call the insert method, let's use method 2. I can declare a reference of the interface and make it point to obj1. When I call insert now, what method will be called here on line 156? What will you be calling now? Insert from where?
Insert of IDB functions interface, sir.
Right. So, but from which class? From class 1. And in the second one, what are we calling? Insert from class 2.
Class 2.
Right? Now look at both the lines, 156 and 159. And do you see any difference between the two? Are both the lines any different from each other? This and this you'll find are identical. There's no difference in these lines of code. But it's going to give you different output based on what object is pointing to. So this also is a form of late binding, where at runtime, it will point to a particular object and call that method. And whatever object is pointing to, it will go and call that particular method. You're getting polymorphic code out here. Late bound polymorphic code, where which method to call will automatically change based on the object is pointing to. Now, what if I create a third class out here, class 3, which also implements that interface? Will the code for that also be the same? Will that code also be the same now? All that you'll have to do is what? Make the interface reference point to that object. And to call that method will be exactly the same code. So you will find that using interfaces gives you, firstly, similar looking code. Right? Now, this is advantageous to you because, if you have to try writing code for different classes, let's say you've got different classes. If all the classes are implementing the same interfaces, now the code starts looking the same for all the classes. See, it's easier to do one thing 100 times than doing 100 different things. If you have to do 100 different things, you have to learn how to do it differently. All 100 things you'll have to learn differently. But if you're doing only one thing and you're repeating it 100 times over, if you've done it once, you know how to do it. Are we clear on this, everybody?
Yes, sir.
How do I save my work in Visual Studio? What would I do to save my work? Quickly tell me. Using any shortcut key or whatever. How can I save my work? How can I save my work in Visual Studio? Quickly tell me. What will I
Control
do
S,
to
sir.
save my work? Yes.
Control S, sir.
Control S. No, I have not told you that in Visual Studio to save your work is Control S. But how do you know that for sure? Even without me telling you, you knew that answer. How did you know that?
Habits are
Because you're
intuitive, sir.
doing exactly the same thing in all your software. Any software that you require to save your work, what are you doing? Control S or file save, or there's a toolbar button there for with the save icon. So people find it easier to do the same thing multiple amount of times rather than having to learn 100 different things. And which is what interfaces are giving. They're giving you polymorphic code, similar code. So in a project, what will happen is if all classes are implementing the same, which have the same functionality, are implementing the same interfaces, then the code becomes easier to write. For example, let's say if you had, different objects that you have to save to the database. If all of them use the same interface, it becomes easier to call the code. All right. So that's the advantage that interfaces give you. All right. I've done this in one more way. I've shown you the same example in an alternate way. So look at this. I've got a method here called insert object. And this insert object, all that it's doing is going and calling insert. So it's going and saving it to the database, let's say. Now, what am I taking as a parameter? I'm taking a interface as a parameter. Right? I'm taking an interface as a parameter. Now, what can I pass to this interface? I can pass an object of any class that implements that interface. What can this method receive? An object of any class that implements that interface. So now, whatever class you're passing, it will work. Are you clear on this, everybody? All right. So when I'm trying to call it from main, I create different objects and I'm just saying insert object obj1, insert object obj2. So the method becomes easier to call. Now tomorrow if I come up with a third class, class 3, let's say, can I pass it class 3 out here? An object of type class 3, can I pass it if it's implementing the interface?
Yes.
Answer is yes, you can pass it any object as long as that object implements that interface. So you're also future-proofing your code. Today class 3 is not there. That you could do it this way. Now, interfaces would be used in a lot of such situations when you're implementing design patterns. So if there are repeated parts of code that you're doing, then rather than repeating that same code over and over again, there are certain patterns that you can identify in your code and then do it the same way. The advantage of using a pattern is if you know how to use a pattern once, you know how to do it for all objects. Now, interfaces play a very important role in implementing most design patterns. A lot of the design patterns are based on interfaces. So at this point of time, you may not have been exposed to a lot of design patterns. See, in CDAC, we are not showing you in depth of how to code, in the sense that we are giving you a good enough base to start on that topic. Don't expect to, at least in .NET. Java, probably you have more time to work on that. But don't expect to be an expert by the time you finish this. Put in good enough basis and then you can build up on that. So quite often, if for example, if you're picked up a company, you will be further trained on that topic. They know what you've done in CDAC, but that may not be enough to write production level code immediately. So there's a lot of learning that still, you need to go through before you're the finished product. And you will understand and appreciate patterns more as they go along. But at this point, all that I'm telling you is that interfaces play a very important role in creating these different design patterns. All right. So just to summarize, what are the advantages of interfaces? So an interface, we said yesterday, is a contract. The class must implement all the interface methods. So for example, if I'm your project manager and I give you an interface to implement, I am sure that you have got all the functionality of that class. You have written all the code, whatever methods are there for that interface. All right. Secondly, we just saw this in the last example. You will get similar code in the entire project for all developers. So polymorphic code basically, right? And interfaces allow you to implement design patterns. So these are some of the major advantages of interfaces, right? All right. Now, I want to ask you all a question and I want your opinion on that. So again, you can type out the opinion because too many people talking may not, it may not make sense of that. I'm going to make a statement and tell me whether you agree with it or disagree with it. Interfaces are a substitute for multiple inheritance. Agree or disagree? Interfaces are a substitute for multiple inheritance. Right? Agree or disagree? Yes, no, whatever. Yes or yes for agree, no for disagree. Or agree, disagree, whatever. All right. So again, I'm not getting answers from everybody, and this is a little bit of a pet peeve for me that maybe 50 people have answered, but rest have not. So, okay, it just shows me that 50 people are interested in the session. The others are probably just turned on their this thing and walked away. There are some people who are, dedicatedly from the first minute onwards have turned their cameras on and have kept them on. Right? So if I meet Rohan, for example, outside CDAC also, I'll know who Rohan is. Right? So anyway. Okay. So let me go back to I had asked you this. I generally ask you this right at the start. Why are we doing this? So I had given you a question when we started off with inheritance. I've closed that file, so I don't have your answer. But what had you all answered? Why inheritance? In one word or one line, if you had to do that. Why inheritance? What was the answer that you all had given?
Code reusability.
All right. So code reusability is what, in fact, you all are typing out also. All right. That's what you're typing out. Okay. I'll take it
Specific
by interface.
implementation for the derived classes.
Right? Yeah. So one answer is code reusability. Typically, that's the major reason for inheritance. So look carefully. Look carefully. Look carefully. Where is the code? Where is the code? Do you see any code in there? You're just giving the signatures. Right? There's only the signatures there. There is no code. Agree or no?
Yes, sir.
So can you have this as a substitute then? Can this be a substitute? Multiple inheritance gave you everything. You can create your data in there. You could create variables in there. You could create code in there in your class, and then you're reusing it. I could even have done that I could have said public int I in the class. It's not allowing me to do that. I can't even define a variable out here. So can it be a substitute? Can it be a substitute then? Tomorrow I'm traveling back to Mumbai. So, Malki just told you all that we have a shorter session tomorrow. So tomorrow, I'm not coming to teach you, but my friend is available. My friend is available. All right. He doesn't know .NET, but he's available. I'll ask him to take the session tomorrow. He's there, no? He can come instead of me. Can he be a substitute?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Right? Because whatever I was doing, he has to be able to do the same thing. Then he can be a substitute. Agree?
Yes, sir.
Now here, with multiple inheritance, you had so many things that were available. Most of them are not available with interfaces. So can they be a substitute? Can they be a substitute?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Unless it can give you everything that it is actually giving you, that multiple inheritance is giving you. And if it can give you everything, then yes, then you can say it's a substitute. But it's not a substitute. Now, when I asked you the question, everybody agreed that, oh, it's a substitute. And I don't blame you. I'm not holding that against you. Because either you've been told that, or in whatever book or article you have read a line which says, this language does not support multiple inheritance, but it supports interfaces. That is probably the line that you have heard or read. Right? That's what you're being told. So in your mind, it is implied that, oh, this is not there, but this is there. So you are saying that, oh, it's a substitute. Now, I have a problem with the word but in there. I have a problem with the word but in there. What should be told, or what you should read is, this language does not support multiple inheritance, full stop. Full stop. Moving on. This language supports interfaces. Different thing. Not a substitute. Are we getting this, everybody? Not a substitute. Different concept. Now, are interfaces important in their own way? You bet they are. You bet they are. We have discussed what are the advantages of writing with interfaces. But are they a substitute for multiple inheritance? No. The day that interfaces can do everything that multiple inheritance allowed you, that day they will be a substitute. But till that day, no. Are you clear on this, everybody?
Yes, sir.
Sir.
All right. Okay. So I just wanted you to have that perspective, right? Don't just blindly read or, mug up or this thing. Question it. All right. Anyway, coming back to this. This is a to-do for you later. you have to try inheritance with interfaces. So what are we trying out here? Let's say an interface has some methods. All right. An interface has some methods. Let's say A and B. And interface 2 inherits from interface 1. And it adds 2 other methods, C and D. So what are the methods that now will be available in interface I2? I1 had A and B. I2 inherits from I1 and then adds C and D. What methods will be available in I2?
Force or A2D.
A, B, C, D.
All 4 methods, A, B, and B, C, and D,
Yes.
right? And now when you have a class that implements the interface, implements I2, you'll find that you'll get all 4 methods there. So this is something that I want you to do in the lab. Very simple example. One interface inheriting from another interface gets all the methods of that earlier interface. Okay? All right. Yesterday, or on day 1 rather, when we were discussing how to, work with .NET or .NET Core, we said one of the things about .NET Core was that it is extensible. And extensible here implied that if you're not restricted to only the classes that Microsoft is giving you, there are a lot of third-party people who are creating their own libraries and making them available to you. Thus, .NET Core functionality is keeping on extending further. As we talk, more and more people are making important libraries available and you can keep using those. So you're not restricted to only the classes that Microsoft is giving, right? Now, when .NET Core was introduced, quite often you would download a library given by some other developer and you would use that. Okay. Now, let's come across a particular situation where something like this might happen. Let's say this is library 1 given by one particular developer. Now, he has some interface out here. Let's say he has an interface called I1. And this interface I1 has methods A and B. Right? He's defined some methods here, A and B. Right? So this is from some other developer. Now you include that library into your project. So this is your project, project 1, let's say, which includes that library, which has added that library out here. And you create a class now, class 1, which implements that interface I1. Right? You implement this interface I1. What are the methods that you will get in your class now? What methods would you get now in this class? The methods from that interface. So A and B will have to be implemented here. Our code will compile at this point. No problem, absolutely. Okay. Now, I have done it not just in one class, but I have implemented this interface in multiple classes. So maybe from class 1 up to class N. I don't know how many classes I have. All the classes that I'm using are using that interface in some way. And all of them will have the code for that. Okay. So I've done it for my particular project. Now, in the meanwhile, now your code is compiled correctly, working correctly, no problem, absolutely. In the meanwhile, in a later version, maybe this guy has gone and added one more method here. So he's added one more method here called C. In that interface, he's added. Now you can't stop him from adding. It is his interface. So he's added that method C. And you update the library now. You update the library. You pick up the latest version of the library. Suddenly, what will happen to all your classes? Suddenly, what will happen to all your classes?
They'll have method C also, sir. All of them.
They will all give you a compilation error, saying that that C method has not been implemented. All right. Now, earlier when you wrote the code, it was working fine. You didn't need C. Let's assume you don't C is an additional functionality that you don't need. So you don't need C also. But the moment you have updated that library, you'll find that your code, earlier code, which is earlier compiling fine, suddenly has stopped working because the developer, the original developer, has added one more method in his interface. Now, this sort of situation started happening often because you are using, code that was being given by somebody else, and you had no control over what they were doing. All right. So, because this started happening often, Microsoft decided to address this issue. They said we need to have a solution for this problem. Otherwise, what will happen now? Suddenly, all the code that you're writing would suddenly, keep giving you problems. So what they did in a later version, right? Initially, they didn't do this, but in the later version, they brought in this feature. They said now, when you write a method out here, the C method out here, this C method that you're writing can be written with a code body with what is known as a default implementation. So now what are we saying? That the method that you have in the interface is now not only going to have signatures, it is actually going to have what? It's actually going to have a code body. So far, yesterday I gave you the definition of an interface. I said that interface is like an abstract class with all abstract methods, thus implying that there can be no code in there. But today I'm modifying that statement. And what am I saying now? I'm saying that in an interface, in a method, you can also have some default implementation code. So you can have a code body now. First question, why are they allowing this? Are you clear on why they are allowing this?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
To ensure that your existing code does not break if you add a new method. They're saying now you can add this new method with some default code. All right. And when you add it with some default code, this code now will not give you an error. Why will this code not give you an error? Why will it not give you an error? What is the reason?
Sir, because the additional method that was supposed to implement its definitions there. So
Yeah,
it
that
can
C
pick up
method
the-
is already there. Right? The C method is already there. Clear on this, everybody? Okay, note to Rohan. Rohan, just speak closer to the mic. I'm not able to
Right,
hear you very clearly. So you are giving a lot of responses and I appreciate that. Thank you a lot. But
Mm.
just make it a point to speak closer to the mic so I can hear clearly what you're saying. All right?
Right. So probably because it's always slightly intimidating replying to someone's question.
Arey nahi, I'm your friend.
Slightly long.
There's no problem. And I like it when you all are giving that answer because it is giving you the confidence to give an answer in an interview. Also, if you think you know the answer and you're giving the answer and I'm telling you, no, your answer is not correct, you're then updating your knowledge. So, which is why I've been screaming my lungs out from session 1. Everybody turn on their videos and talk to me. I don't want to me to only, I can do that also. I can come in here, show you 100 PowerPoint slides, show you the code and then walk away from there. I choose not to do that. I want you to talk to me. If you're in a session with me, I want you to walk away from the session learning something, not just attending the session for the sake of it. All right. Anyway, coming back to this. So this is what we want to talk about right now. Default implementation code of an interface. All right. Okay. Now what am I telling you? In today's session, what am I telling you? That now this code, all right, or rather the method can also have some code in it. Any thoughts on this? Any opinions? Any thoughts? What are the first thing that might come to your mind with this? Do you have anything to say?
It looks weird, sir, because there's implementation and interface.
Okay, it looks weird, fair enough. Other than looking weird, anything else that anyone wants to comment?
It is satisfying the
Yes.
multiple inheritance properties.
Ha, that is what I was looking for. Now let's go back a little bit. Let's rewind a little bit. And we started off our discussion by saying that in multiple inheritance, you may face a problem of ambiguous code, where if your classes have some code in there, if you got two different classes having a same function name and you got some code in there, when it comes down to the derived class, when both copies of code come down, which copy of code to retain becomes a problem. Therefore, what we could do is we could have an interface where there will be no code and the ambiguity will be removed. And now you have to write down the code in the derived class. That is what we said. That is why we said we will use an interface. We said, therefore, we can think about having an interface which is like an abstract class with all abstract methods. That was our original discussion. Now what are we saying? Oh, we're going to have code in the interface. So isn't this back to square one? Isn't this back to the same original problem? Which says, now what if you had two different interfaces, both of which had the same method, both of which had code in it, and when you come down to the derived class, what copy of code to retain? Want you face the exact same problem that you did with multiple inheritance? Yes or no? So I think Soham answered that. So bang on. And that was precisely the discussion that happened in developer forums. When Microsoft announced this, we are going to do it this way, before they actually release that product, they announced it. We plan to do this. So when they announced it, the immediate reaction was, what are you all doing? You're going back to the same problems that we faced when we had with multiple inheritance with classes. Two copies of code. So Microsoft's response to that question was very simple. It says that yes, we know there is a problem. We know that there could be ambiguity in your code. But what if we also gave you a solution to the problem? So we are not eliminating the problem. But what are we doing now? We are giving you a solution to that problem. And how are we giving you the solution to that problem? We are giving you the solution to the problem with the explicit implementation of interfaces. So rather than using the public implementation like you did earlier, today's session, what we had tried with the explicit implementation, wherein you're saying what interface name dot method name, where now you can actually have two copies of code. Where you can have two copies of code. So they are not eliminating the problem. They are giving you a solution to that problem. Are you clear on this, everybody?
Yes, sir.
All right. So the next example that we want to see, we want to see the default implementation in interfaces. We will discuss all possibilities. We will discuss the possibility, what if, for example, there is no ambiguity, then what happens? Then how can you work with it? What if there is ambiguity? Then how will you work with it? And we'll discuss various combinations. What if I did this? What if I did that? All right. So let's have a look at the next example. Any questions before we jump into the code? All right. So let's have a look at this. I am going to add one more project out here. Default implementation in interfaces. So I'll just to get started, I'll copy paste some code. This is the first example that I'm talking about. Right. Let's start with the simple example. Okay, now for the purpose of this, right now I'm writing all the code at one place. But what do you have to assume? What is the assumption that I'm making here? That the interface is in a different project created by someone else. And your class here is in a different project created by you. So there are two people doing this. Interface is being created by whom? By a third-party developer. And your class is here. For the purpose of the training, we are putting it together. But ideally, they'll be in two different projects. You know how to work across projects. We tried that when we were doing the test access specifiers. So same thing to be done out here as well. Okay. All right. Have a look at this. So initially, what does the interface have? Initially, what does the interface have? Insert, update, and delete. Right? I write a class which implements the interface and I call the methods. No problem at all. Code is working fine. Okay. At a later point of time, now what is this person doing? He's adding one more method here. So void, let's say, select. He's adding one more method here. The moment he adds a method here, if I download it again, my code will stop working. Understood? First thing, this is going to stop working. Now, how do we prevent it from stopping working? When you add a new method, you give in a code body out here and you give a default implementation code. And the moment you're done this, now this doesn't give you an error. Why it doesn't give you an error? Because select has some code in here. Okay? Achha, now this code could be either a dummy code or a stub code or actual code, whatever. That doesn't matter. So console.writeLine. This is idb.select. This is the default code, default implementation code given in the interface. All right. Okay. Now, remember this guy has created this class without that select method. So does he need to write the code for the select method? First thing, does he need to call it? Does he have to call it? Yes, no.
No, sir.
No, sir.
Not required.
No, sir.
His code is already working without that select. So his code will continue to work, no problem at all. And life goes on for him without any problem. So now the errors that he was getting are not coming up here. So he doesn't have to call that code. It is not compulsory for him to call that code. But supposing he wanted to call that code, supposing he wants to now update his code and call that method also. First thing, will this method be available through method 1? Will the select method be available to method 1? You know what I'm saying when I'm saying method 1 from yesterday? Do you know what I'm saying when I'm saying method 1? The fourth method that I talked about, method 1, 2, 3, 4. That is what I'm saying. So from method 1, will it be available? Yes or no? Yes or no? Method 1, will it be available? Yes or no?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes. Let's try. We are trying to call select. obj.select. Not available. Why is it not available through method 1? What is the reason why it's not available through method 1?
Sir, because it's there an interface, sir. So you'll have to use the
It
method
is
to.
not part of your class. It needs to be a public method in your class to be available. So it is not going to be available through method 1. Are we clear on this?
Yes, sir.
So this is an error. This is not available. Right? This is not available. Right? But method 2, let's try method 2. What will be method 2? Declare a reference of the interface type. So IDB functions, OIDB. Now 2, 3 or 4, either of them. Can I do 4 directly instead of 2, 3, 4 with your permission? Take OBJ and typecast this to as IDB functions. And if you do a dot now, if you do a dot, you'll find that all the methods are available here, including select. Including select. Are you getting this, everybody? And what code would be called out here? What code will it call now? The default implementation code that has been given by the developer who's created the interface, that code would get called. Okay. So method 1 not available, but method 4 available. Okay. I have written some comments here. I'm going to copy paste those comments. Right. So scenario 1, select method not available through method 1, but available with methods 2, 3 or 4. And what would get called out here would be the default implementation code. Let's try running this and seeing the output. And what you would get out here would be the the default code that is there in select. My machine is running very slowly. Maybe in the break, I will restart it once just to. I have another copy open which can be closed. Speed it up. Let me just try to close some applications. Maybe that will speed up things. Yeah. So in the meanwhile, we have seen the output here. So insert from class 1 and idb.select, which is calling the default implementation code. That's what I was trying to show you. Okay. All right. Let's come back to our code. All right. Any questions about the first example? Yeah. Are we clear about the first example?
Yes, sir.
So what have we done in the first example? We have said that there was some default implementation code and we have not written any code. Method 1 will not be available, but we can call the default code from method 2, 3 or 4. All right. Now in the second scenario that I have gone and written the code in my class also. So there was some default code. Right? And I have also written the code in my class. So I have implemented the interface. So select has been implemented in my class. Right? Okay. Let's start with this. Again, I don't want to show you the comments. I don't want to show you the finished code. Let's start with this. First question to you. Will select be available here? Through method 1. Will select be available? Will select be available? Yes or no? Yeah. Yes, because it is public. So if you try obj dot, and you'll find that here now select will be available. what will this go and call? What will this select go and call? Will it call the default code or will it call the code from class 1? What will it call? Will it call the default code or the code from class 1? Correct. Code from class 1. Absolutely correct. So select code from class 1. Thank you. My code also ran a little faster. Thank you to Visual Studio for that as well. All right. Perfectly right. Okay, I'm going to give you another scenario. Now I try method 2, 3 or 4. So what am I doing here now? Either method 2, 3 or 4. Obj as IDB functions, right? I'm calling it with method 2, 3 or 4. And now I call a dot select. Now I call a dot select. So now again, what do you think your answer is? Do you think it will call the default code or the code from class 1? The default code or the code from class 1. I'm calling it with method 2, 3 or 4.
Default.
All wrong. All those who gave the answer as default code is the wrong answer. Now, the default code will be called if you have not given any code in class 1. The default code will only be called if you have not given any code in class 1. So in the earlier example, we had not given code there. That's why it was calling. But obj is of what type? Is of type class 1. Class 1 has written that method. So this code will get called. The class 1 code will get called. Even with this, it is calling the code from class 1. Are you clear on this, everybody? Understood? So the thing to remember here is that default code only gets called if class 1 has not written any code. Okay. All right. Any questions about this? Anything that you're unsure about before we take the next example? All right. So let's look at the third possibility. Now, in the third possibility, I am implementing more than one interface. So now the ambiguity is coming in. Both the interfaces have a particular method with the same name and same signature. Both of them have their default implementation code. And I want to write now code for my, class. Remember, now the problem of ambiguity is coming in. So what should I do now? How do we solve this problem here? We've already seen the solution to it. Can you tell me what would I need to do?
Explicit implementation, sir.
Correct. So in this scenario, if you have some code in here, I got now what? IDB functions also, which has a select method, which is default implementation code for IDB. And this is for, second one is for, this one is for IDB, IFB, it's not a washing machine. All right. And second one is for I2. So both of them have their select method. My class is implementing both the interfaces. So all that I need to do here is I don't write a public implementation, but I write a explicit implementation. Right? Now, if I write an explicit implementation, first thing is, will it be available from method 1?
No.
Can I call it from method 1?
No,
If there is
sir.
explicit
No, sir.
implementation?
No, sir.
No, sir.
No. So the only option available there is what? Is to call it from method 2, 3 or 4. And when I call it from method 2, 3 or 4, remember now I have given code in my class. So what code will be called? Will the default code be called or will my class 1 code be called?
Class 1 code.
Class
Class
1.
Class
When does the
1.
default code get called? Only if
Method is not
Only if
defined in the
No code
there is
available
no
in
code in
class.
class 1.
class.
And this is how you would actually work with this. So now the select method is not available through method 1 because it is no longer public. So this is not available, but available as 2, 3, or 4 and goes and calls class 1 code. Are we clear on this, everybody? So this is what we are seeing. Now you'll see the select code from class 1 for IDB and for I2. So the ambiguity also is being dealt with. Are we clear on this, everybody?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
This is how you can work with interfaces here and, default implementation of interfaces. So now we have changed the statement. And what are we saying now? The interface will have not just signatures, but can also have a code body. When do you need to give the code body? Because you want to give it as a default implementation so it doesn't break code with someone else. That is typically the scenario that you would typically need to give it in. Now, what else can the interface contain? The interface cannot contain fields, cannot contain data. Right? I showed you this earlier. So this is an error. So cannot contain any, public variables out here. It can contain properties. It can contain properties. Why can it contain properties? Can you tell me why it can contain properties?
So maybe because internally there are methods, as you
Because
showed
the
that.
property is a method only, no? Property is a get and a set method. So it will contain a property, but without any, code. Now you can give a default code there if you want to, but typically you will not have any fields for properties. So can contain properties, cannot contain auto properties though. Why not auto properties? Because, then the variable gets generated for it. Can contain properties and also can contain static members. Because static members are not instance level members, they are class level members. So for example, I can say public static, let's say int I. This should be allowed. Now, how do I access I? Not through the class, but I'll have to access it through the interface. And there'll be only a single copy of this. Right? So these are the things that you can contain, have in interfaces. So cannot contain fields, cannot contain fields or variables, but can contain other things. Are we clear on this, everybody?
Yes, sir.
All right. So I'll go back to my original question. Let's see whether with this changed knowledge, whether you can answer it. Are interfaces a substitute for multiple inheritance? Are interfaces a substitute for multiple inheritance? Now, what do you think? No. Why are you all saying no? Tell me one reason why they are not. Tell me one reason why they are not. One big reason why they are not. Answer is there on line 112. Answer is no, Rohan. It's still no. Substitute can do everything else that it's supposed to. It cannot contain fields, cannot contain data. Your classes can contain data. So the day that they say that interfaces can contain data, then you can say it's a substitute. And if that comes in, then the same problems that we had with multiple inheritance will be there in interfaces also. Same issues will be there. So, which is why most modern day languages are not going to implement multiple inheritance. Okay. All right. Yeah, so that completes the topic of interfaces, what I want to take with you. I'm going to, at the end of the day, share a small assignment with you. All right. And that'll cover some of the things that we have done today. But we'll take a quick break. It's about what? 3:53. We'll take a 5-minute break, start off again at 4 o'clock. Okay. See you at 4. Take a quick washroom break. So just give me a minute. I have to copy some code, so I'll put that up. I'll put up my screen as soon as I finish copying some code. And while I'm copying the code, let me talk. I have some output in there, and what I want to do here is I want you to tell me what the output of this code would be if I run this code. And I want all of you all to put the output in the chat window. So be ready with your chat screens and tell me what output I get, because based on your replies, then I will explain it in depth or not explain it in depth, whatever. If you know the answer, then I don't need to do that. Okay. So I'm ready to roll. Share my screen and yeah. So I have a class out here which says public class class1. Public int I is where I've declared that variable in there. And this is the code that I have, right? I've put that code up on the screen. All that I want to do is tell me what are the output you would get on line number 13 and 14. There are two variables that I'm trying to display, line 13 and line 14. So tell me what would you get out there. Put it in the chat window. Okay, so I've seen 3 answers so far. I've seen 100 and 300. I've seen a 200 and 300. And I've seen a 300 and 300. Right? Okay. So let's see which one is it. Right? Okay, 10 seconds more to wrap up on this answer. All right. Thank you for your answers. Now pay attention to what we are talking about. Right. So I'll start with the order in which they're coming. 100, 300. Now, if you're saying 100, 300, what you're saying effectively is that O1.I got the value of 100. O2.I got the value of 200. So far 100 and 200. And somewhere later, O2 got the value of O2.I got the value of 300. So these are the 3 lines that you looked at. But there is one important line in between, line number 11, which is in which you're saying O1 equal to O2. And that line you're completely ignoring. So those who are saying 100, 300 have just snapped their fingers like Thanos and make this line disappear. But that line is there, no? That line of O1 equal to O2 is there. So something is happening on that line. That line is crucial. What is happening on that line is the answer to this. So I'm eliminating 100, 300 because you have just not taken care of this line of O1 equal to O2, right? This cannot be the answer. Something has happened there. Now it leaves me to 2 possibilities, all right? Either it's 200, 300 or 300, 300. Now let us go back to the original question on day 1 that we talked about. What is O1? What is O1? O1 is a reference of type class 1. Now, references are like pointers. They are considered as safe pointers. But when you say O1 equal to O2 with a reference, it means that O1 will point to O2, will refer to O2. So this line here, O1 equal to O2, what is happening here? O1 is now pointing to O2. This is the same thing that we did in the previous example with interfaces. When I said OIDB equal to OBJ, and what was happening on that line when I said OIDB equal to OBJ? OIDB was now pointing to what OBJ was pointing to. So that is what is happening here. O1 equal to O2. Both are pointing to the same location now. Now, if both are pointing to the same location, and if you change one of them, the other one will also reflect you the updated value. And that is how references would work. So this line O1 equal to O2, what is happening here? O1 will now point to what O2 is pointing to. And if you try running this code now, the correct answer was 300, 300. Because both of them are pointing to the same location. If you change one, the other one would also change. So I have not changed that main 1 to 3. Right, let's make it main and run it again. And you get a value of 300, 300. Are we clear on this, everybody?
Yes, sir.
All right. So why is this happening? This is happening because O1 equal to O2 is pointing to that. Okay, I'm going to make a small change in this and look at the second one now. In this case, instead of taking class 1 OBJ, I've taken an integer and similar code, right? Give me the output for O1 and O2 out here. I've used integers in this example. That's correct. So everybody is giving the same answer, which is 200, 300. Right? Let me run this code and show you the output. First thing is when you run this code, you are getting 200 and 300. Okay? Now, why did this give you 200, 300? And why did the earlier one give you this? What is happening here on this line? O1 equal to O2. When you say O1 equal to O2, in this case, the value of O2 is being copied into O1. So O1 here is not pointing to O2, but rather the value of O2 is being copied into O1. Right? And therefore, initially this is 100 and 200. At this point, O1 also gets the value of 200. And then later you're changing O2 and making it 300. If you change O2, O1 will not change. And which is why you got the 200, 300. So everybody's got this right. No problem at all. Now to understand, how will you know when you say X equal to Y, is it going to point to it? Or is the value going to be copied to it? How will you know that? What is the way of knowing that? So to understand that, you need to understand what is the reference type and what is the value type. So if you want, you can write this down. You can, or I'll also put it down here on my screen. So we were first talking about reference types. Okay. And all classes and their variants are reference types. All right, I'll explain what I mean by that statement variants. Now, for a reference type, the object is allocated memory on the heap, and the reference to it is stored on the stack. Right? For a reference type, the object is allocated memory on the heap, but the reference to it is stored on the stack. And examples of reference types are all classes. Something else that we have just seen, which is just in the beginning of the session, that is like a class. What else is like a class but not a class?
Interfacer.
Interfaces. Delegates. We'll be looking at delegates a little later today. So these are, we'll have an excellent explanation on that. But this is also a class actually, internally. classes, interfaces, delegates, arrays, the object class, and the string class. So all of these are examples of reference types. Now, I'll tell you why I'm mentioning those two separately a little later. I'll tell you why I'm explicitly mentioning them separately a little later. But for now, just this is what I'm saying. All right. So I'll just put that same thing down here in your chat window. My chat window seems to be frozen. Second. Okay, I'm on my hotspot. I'm going to just disconnect for a minute and then join back again on the Wi-Fi. So this might take a while. I might be disconnected for a minute. Hear me better this time?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Little better responsive screen. Okay. Now, this was your reference types. Okay. All right. Now, let us try and understand. Okay, it's taking me too long to do this. My screen seems to be frozen. I'm going to try restarting and join you back again because hopefully, I think sometimes it happens with Zoom that, especially on the presenter screen, if it's on for a long time, it tends to get stuck. So I'm going to quit this again and try to join you back again. So let's have a look at what this is. Same thing, I've copy pasted out here. Okay. So let's try and understand how this code is working and what exactly is happening out here. So let's go first to the code in this one. All classes and their variants. So here we'll come to the variants later. But, we mentioned quite a few things that are different options out here. Let's try and understand how it is being created in memory. So remember the two things that are happening here. There's something that's been allocated on the heap and something that's been allocated on the stack. The heap is a much larger area of memory, all right? And therefore, where you require large objects, all of these are allocated on the heap. On the other hand, the stack is a much smaller area of memory and smaller objects, smaller data is allocated on the stack. Right? Now, let's go line by line and try and understand what's happening on each line out here. Class 1, O1 is equal to new class 1. So new class 1 is your object out here. And this new object is being allocated on the heap. Right? Let's say this was at some location. Whatever. Let's say location 1, 2, 3, 4. Right? Now the reference to this object has been allocated on the stack. So the reference to this, of course, was O1. And O1 will contain the value 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. Or in other words, you can think of it as saying that O1 is pointing to 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. Next one. New class 1. Again, what is happening? block of memory being allocated on the heap for that object. Let's say this is a location 5678 and the reference to it. So O2 here will be allocated on the stack. And what you're getting here is O2 being allocated on the stack. And this now contains 5678. Or in other words, you can think of it as it is pointing to this block of memory. Correct? This is what has happened in the first two lines. Next line, O1.I equal to 100. So what's happening here is I is getting the value of 100. Next line, O2.I is equal to 100. 200. So this one, O2's I is getting the value of 200. So I gets the value of 200. The next line, O1 equal to O2. Now, when you said an O1 equal to O2, see what's happening here. What value is O2 containing? 5678. That value is being copied into O1. So O1 now no longer contains 1, 2, 3, 4. Instead, it contains the value of 5678. And which means now, in other words, it is no longer pointing to this. It's no longer pointing to this. Instead, what is happening now? What is O1 pointing to? O1 pointing to now this block of code. Now, what about this 1, 2, 3, 4 block of code? Who's pointing to it right now? Who's pointing to 1, 2, 3, 4?
No one, sir.
No
No
one,
one.
sir.
And what is this now? This now is garbage memory. Are we clear? This will be claimed back when the GC runs. Whenever the GC runs, this will be claimed back. Now, at the end of this line of O1 equal to O2, both of them are pointing to the same location. So when I changed O2.I equal to 300, and this value now became, instead of 200, it changed to 300. Okay. Excuse my handwriting, please. But when it changed to 300, you'll find that both of them now are giving you the value of 300. Understood? Yes?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Especially those who said 200, 300. Are you understanding what is happening on this line of code?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now I'm going to play around with this a little bit. What if instead of saying O2.I equal to 300, what if I had said O1.I equal to 300? What would have been the value now?
Still same result, sir, because they're pointing to the same
Same
object.
result, because both of them are pointing to the same location. So it didn't matter from which reference you changed it. Both of them are pointing to the same result. Are we getting this? All right. What if I had changed this line? And instead of saying O1 equal to O2, what if I had said O2 equal to O1? First, tell me the result. First, tell me the result. Then I'll ask you what else is happening. Instead of saying O1 equal to O2, now change it to O2 equal to O1. What will be the end result? What will be the end result here?
Same,
Yes.
sir. 300, 300.
300.
The end result here also will be 300, 300. But this line is doing something entirely different. And what is the line doing? Now, instead of both pointing to, this 5, 6, 7, 8, both are now pointing to 1, 2, 3, 4.
Same address.
They are both pointing to the first object. When you said O2 equal to O1, both of this, initially O1 was 1, 2, 3, 4. So both of them will point to 1, 2, 3, 4. So that would be the difference. And the second object then would be garbage collected. Are you clear on this, everybody? So whenever you're working with references, reference types, when you said O1 equal to O2 or something like this, you should know what it's trying to do. It's both are pointing to the same thing. If you change one, the other one will also change. This is for all your reference types. Clear?
Yes, sir.
Questions, if any? All right. Now let's look at the second example. I'm taking this away. I'm not, going to save this. I'm taking this away.
Sir,
Yes.
sir, whenever we equalize any reference to null, can we at least say that it is it becomes eligible for GC if there is a statement
The
like this.
object that it was pointing to, if nobody else was pointing to it, then it will be like, for
So-
example, if in this example, if I had said O1 equal to null, it will mean that O1 is no longer pointing to it. After doing O1 equal to O2, then I say O1 equal to null. It means O1 doesn't point to that block, but O2 is still pointing to it, no?
Yes, sir. So before this, sir, if we just wrote O1 equal to null in exam, they ask, is this eligible for GC? We can write yes, no, sir.
There is no yes, no answer to it. There is no simple yes, no answer to this.
Sir, assuming not two references, but only
Assuming
one.
there's only one, yes. Assuming there's one, yes. All right. All right. So we had done this with reference types. Now we're going to do the same thing with value types. The second example. In the second example, what is happening? Where are they getting stored? Now, int out here. Now look at this. Please look at the screen very carefully. When you look at an int something is actually, it's a struct system.int32. So if you look at this, and if you click on this, this is actually a struct int32. So all your ints are internally a struct. And all structs are value types. So you see this, when I clicked on the int, it's taking me to int32. And this struct is going to be stored on the stack. So lines as we go along. Int O1, O2, O1 equal to 100. What's happening here? First thing is, where are they all being created? On the stack. So O1 has got the value of 100. Next one, next line. Again, what is happening? Again, 4 bytes allocated here. And next one, O2 is equal to 200. Now there are no, heap operations here. The next line, O1 equal to O2. So what's happening here now in this case? Sorry. What's happening in this case? O1 equal to O2. What value is this getting now? O1 is getting the value of
200.
And then the next line. All right. The next line, instead of 200, don't make me erase it, takes more effort. The next line here, this has now become 300. And which is why you got the value of 200, 300. And which everybody got right. But you needed to understand why it came that way. Because all of these are, value types which are stored on the stack. Clear on this, everybody?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. The next example. Have a look at this code again and give me the output for this. Give me the output for this. Right, 10 seconds to wrap up on this output. Okay. So majority of you all have given the output of 300, 300, but there are about a handful, maybe 4, 5 who have given the output of 200, 300. Let me start with asking somebody who said 300, 300. Anyone can answer, anyone who said 300, 300. Why 300, 300? Why 300, 300?
Sir, because string is a class and
Because string is a class, full stop, end of the discussion.
Sir.
And we know that for reference types, when you said O1 equal to O2, it means that O1 will point to O2. That is what we know for reference types. So by that logic, the output should be 300, 300, because when you said O1 equal to O2, O1 will point to O2. If you make a change in one, the other one should change. And I have explicitly mentioned the string as a class, right? This also is a class out here. So even here, when you're using this string so-and-so, this is actually class system.string. So therefore 300, 300. Full marks for the logic. Absolutely correct. Now those who said 200, 300. Why 200, 300? Anyone who said 200, 300 can give me an answer for this. Why 200, 300? Anyone? Okay. So I got one answer from Abhishek. All right. So let's try and understand what is happening here. I am not saying yes or no to this answer, but let's run this code and see what is happening here. And the output is 200, 300. It's not 300, 300. Okay. Now, I have not told you this. I have not given you this information. But the string is the only exception to this whole rule. Value types behave a certain way, reference types behave a certain way, but the string class is the only exception to this whole rule. So the string class, they have made it behave differently. They have implemented the string class differently. And why have they implemented it differently? The answer to this lies in what happened before .NET. So before .NET was brought in, one of the popular things that was around was VC++. And in VC++, if you said string1 equal to string2, O1 equal to O2, in VC++, it would actually point to that. And in VC++, if you made a change in one, then the other one would also change. So you will get it like you would expect it to get the, for all reference types. But that would cause chaos. Now, strings and integers are the two most commonly used data types that any programmer will use. And whenever you're working with strings, when you copied one value to the other, you didn't expect that if one value changed, the other one should also change. You didn't expect that. All right. So programmers would try doing this, would try to copy a value from one string to the other, but they would behind the scenes, they would make it point to that. And if one changed, the other one would change. Now, this would lead to situations where, for example, if two strings are there, both are pointing to the same, object. If one string goes out of scope, while going out of scope, it frees the memory that it was pointing to. And now the second one is continuing to point to something that has been freed by someone else. For example, dangling pointers. So this sort of issue kept happening often. Now, when they implemented the .NET framework, they said that we will decide to implement the string class differently because we don't want programmers, when you say string1 equal to string2, to make it point to each other and make life complicated for them. We want, when you say string1 equal to string2, the values just to be copied from one string to the other without one pointing to the other. And so if one change, the other one should not be affected. So they have taken a design decision in .NET to implement the string class differently from all other reference types. And the string class is the only exception to the rule. Otherwise, everything else follows the same rule that we have talked about. So what is happening in these lines of code? In these lines of code, let's try and understand what is happening here in the heap and stack. All right. So first thing is O1 equal to 100. The value, the data for that is being created on the stack, and this is containing a value of 100 at some location. Don't make me write down the location. I will, just give you different boxes here. So this is the first one, and O1 points to this. So O1 is pointing to this box. What is it storing? It's storing the address of this box. The next one, O2 equal to 200. What is happening again here? A block of memory again is being allocated, and this contains the value of 200. And O2, of course, is pointing to this. So O2 is equal to 200. Right? This is what has happened so far. Now, the next line is very interesting. When you said O1 equal to O2, it does not make O1 point to this. Instead, it creates another string, copies the value from this 200 into this string. So this string also now contains the value of 200. And O1 now, instead of pointing to this block, it's no longer pointing to this block. Right? Instead of this, it is now pointing to this new block. So when you said O1 equal to O2, it is not pointing to O2. What is it doing? It's making a copy of O2 and pointing to this copy. They have implemented the string class entirely differently from all other reference types. All right. Now that leaves the question, what about this first block of 100? Who's pointing to this first block of 100 at this point of time? No one. So what is this now? This will be garbage memory. Will be claimed back whenever the garbage collector runs. The next line, O2 equal to 300. Now you would expect that this value of 300 would, 200 would become 300. That doesn't happen. Who gave the answer? I forgot the name. But he said that it is immutable. Now he got the immutable part correct. But that is not the answer to why didn't it change? Why didn't the values give you 300, 300? So these are two separate concepts. When you say something is immutable, it means it cannot change. When you're saying it cannot change, the value inside this cannot change. So what does it do instead? It creates another block and it puts the value of 300 in there. And it now, instead of pointing to the old block which had 200 in it, it has now pointed to this block which has 300 in it. So yes, it is immutable, but that is not the answer to why it gave you 300, 300. All right, those are two separate concepts. And therefore now, if you look at what is happening here at the end of it, the output that you got was 200, 300. What about the original strings which had 100 and 200 in it? Those are now garbage memory, will be claimed back whenever the GC runs. Are you clear on this, everyone? So the only thing to remember here is that the string class behaves differently from all reference types. Otherwise, everything else, all other reference types work the way your logic said. All right. Questions, if any? A good time to look at the different data types. In your assignment, I had given you 3-4 different data types. Let's talk about what are the different data types in .NET. There are a total of 15 data types in .NET. Of the 15 data types, 2 of them only are reference types. All the others are value types. So which are the 2 that are reference types? The string and the object are reference types. All other data types that you have in .NET, inbuilt data types, are all value types. Value types meaning what? They're all a struct. Achha, now here string and object, because they are a reference type, they are being specifically mentioned out here. Why did I give that in that list of objects where I gave the example? Why did I say object class and string class? Because these two are the inbuilt data types. Therefore, it has been mentioned here as an example. Are we clear? Otherwise, you must be wondering, when I'm saying all classes, then why are we talking about object class and string class separately? So why are we talking about them separately here? Because they are the inbuilt data types that are supported. So let's come back to the different data types that we had. Let's start with something that you know, an int. All right. So look here, please. You can write later. Just look here first. Int here was a 4-byte value. Internally, when you say int, what does it take it up as? Data type here is what? Data type here for int was what?
Int 32.
32. Right? Now, just like you have an int 32, you have a uint, which is an unsigned int. Unsigned indicating that it will not have a negative number, it will only have positive values. And the data type for that is uint 32. So now if you know int and uint, you can derive the other data types. Int is a 4-byte value. Long is a 8-byte value. If int was a int 32, long would be a int 64 because it's a 8-byte value. 8 bytes and each byte is 8 bits. So 8 8s are 64. Similarly, you will have a ulong, which is a uint 64. Now, what is the difference between long and int 64? What is long? What is long here in this example? Long is the C# data type. What is int 64? Int 64 is the CTS data type. Are we clear on this? We have mentioned what are CTS types on day 1.
Yes,
So you
sir.
need to remember both. You need to know the C# data type and you need to know the corresponding CTS type. All right. So if int was a 4-byte value, long is an 8-byte value. You correspondingly have a uint and a ulong. If int is a 4-byte value, short is a 2-byte value. If int is int 32, short would be int 60. Similarly, you would have a ushort, which is a uint 60. Byte, as the name suggests, is 1 byte. And you have a byte and a S byte. All right. So both of these are 1-byte values. Now, all these 8 are used for storing numeric types. So you have a 1, 2, 4, and 8-byte value for storing numeric types. When you are looking at this, I would expect you to know the C# data type also. I would expect you to know the CTS data type also. And I would expect you to know what are the number of bytes that it requires. The next 3 are for storing floating point numbers, decimal numbers. So you have float, double, and decimal. Float corresponding CTS type is single. Float is a 4-byte value. Double is an 8-byte value. Decimal is a 16-byte value. When we used that class yesterday, employee class, I'd asked you to use the decimal. Decimal gives you the highest precision. In a floating point number, decimal gives you a highest precision. All right, since it is a 16-byte value. Remember, float is called single. So the float is like most of you all will identify with the float. Right? Okay, it's sad when I have to explain my jokes. Float is single, so are most of you all. Okay, remember float. All right. Boolean. Bool, CTS type for bool is Boolean. Will store true or false value, 1-byte value. Char is a 2-byte value. CTS type is CHAR, capital CHAR. Why 2 bytes? Because Unicode requires 2 bytes. It can store Unicode as well. Okay. So these are the 13 different value types. 8 plus 3 plus 2. And 2 more of them. The last 2 are, both of these are what? string and object, both of these are reference types. Okay. All right. Quite often when you're working with value types and reference types, sometimes you have to convert from one to the other. Now, when you convert a reference type to a value type, like if you look at this code out here, initially I have a value type. I'm putting the value into an object. Object can store any type of data. So I'm moving something which is on the stack. I'm moving it onto the heap from a value type to a reference type. And this process is called as boxing a value type. Right? Now you might wonder, why am I writing this line of code? Why am I doing this? This line in its isolation may not do a lot to you. You may not require to do this in isolation. But code like this will keep happening quite often in your code. Quite often something like this might be happening behind the scenes. And whenever you move something from the stack, something that is a value type is on the stack, you move it onto the heap, there is an overhead involved in heap operations. Heap operations are always slower than stack operations. So their suggestion is, as far as possible, this type of code should be avoided, because this is, slowing you down. Now, unfortunately, you can't avoid it entirely. So the objective for you should be to minimize boxing. You cannot avoid it. Impossible. At some point, boxing may happen. But good code should try to minimize boxing. Now, the reverse of boxing is now when you're trying to read the value back from the, from the heap, you're trying to put it back onto the stack. This would be referred to as unboxing. Now, what can you unbox? You can only unbox something that has been boxed before. So if you have done boxing, then now this can be unboxed. And look at what I'm doing out here. That obj is containing a boxed value. I'm reading the boxed value back again into the variable j. So I'm reading the value back from the heap and putting it into the stack. And this is something called as unboxing. So both these operations, moving from stack to heap and heap to stack, both of these would take time and should be avoided. Are we clear on this, everybody?
Yes, sir.
So it's not, when you talk about boxing and unboxing, it's not really a very big thing in the sense to understand what is happening. It's just, okay, you're like, at this point, you're probably saying, yeah, okay, fine, it's moving it from here to here. What difference does it make to me? Now, from running your code point of view, the objective is here to do what? To try and run it as efficiently as possible. So that's why they're saying, please avoid boxing and unboxing. And this is a question that is often asked, maybe in an exam or in an interview or wherever, right? Which, by itself, it may not mean a lot. But to understand the concept, to write better code, boxing should be avoided. All right. Questions, if any, at this point? All right. I want to get into another section of the code where once I get into it, I don't think I'll finish it in 10 minutes. So it's a good point to take a break. It's almost 5. Normally, I would have given a break at 5. So we'll take a half-an-hour break. You can have your cup of tea, coffee, or anything else that stimulates you. Right? And I will see you back again at 5:20. 5:20, I'll continue with the session. All right? By front of me, a fairly simple code actually. It's just doing a swap. 1 second, I've got a call coming. What I have here is a swap function, which is just simply swapping the two values. All right, initial values are 100, 200, and I'm swapping them in the function and I would get the values out here. Now, if I try running this code, you'll find that the values don't get swapped, right? The values are swapped in the function, but when you come back to the original code, the initial values are 100 and 200 out there. Are we clear on this, everybody? All right. Now, what is the reason for not swapping the values? The reason for not swapping the values are that when you pass these down, both of these are value types. When you, let's call this, instead of I and J, let's call this A and B, right? Let's call this A and B. And print A and B. When you're passing these values here, what is happening here is internally it's writing code which says I is equal to A. And second thing is J is equal to B. J is equal to B. That's what's happening on this line. And you know, for a value type, when you do this, it doesn't point to it. It's just the value that is getting copied. So there are two separate variables being created here, which are not references. Changes are being made in this function, but those changes don't reflect back in the calling code. So if you had any value types, changes that you make in the function are not being reflected back. Now, what if you want them to be reflected back? Now, of course, you can use pointers. Now, .NET doesn't require the use of pointers. Okay. All code that you write in .NET, you don't need pointers. .NET uses references. .NET or C# more specifically has an option of where you can use pointers. But this is mainly used when you've got some earlier code before .NET. If you want to call some older applications where you have to pass a pointer. So if you were to use that code, then this is required. Otherwise, in .NET, you don't need pointers. So I can do this without pointers also. And let's see how I could do this. So if you want that the changes should be made below, instead of just passing it in this manner, you pass it as a ref. So have I run the code once and shown you? The output right now is 100, 200. It's not changing the value. But if you want the value to be changed, then while passing it, you need to pass it as a ref. So I'm calling it as a ref int I and a ref int j. And while calling it, also I pass it as ref A and ref B. And what will ref allow you to do? When you're passing a value type as a ref, the changes that you make here will reflect back in the calling code, because now this is a reference. I actually points to A. When you're doing this, I is equal to A. I is pointing to what A is pointing to. And changes being made here are reflected back in your code. So if I run this code now, you would get the swapped values, which are 200 and 100. Are we clear on this, everybody? Yes?
sir.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ask me questions if you are unsure about something. If I don't hear a question, all right, I assume that you have understood this. Now I'm going to try out one more thing out here. I'm going to try doing an init out here. And what this function init should do is it should initialize the values of I and j out here. So I am going to initialize this to whatever, let's say, 111 and 222. Right? This is what I'm doing. I'm initializing this. And instead of calling it out here with initial values, I could say init and ref A, ref B. So can I use init now to initialize the values? What is init doing now for me? Passing it as a reference. What will be the values here in this case? 111 and 222. And then later, of course, you're swapping it. Assuming I don't swap it and I just print the values as is, changes made here, will they reflect back in the calling code?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Should reflect back, no?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's try running this and you get the values out here. So the init function is initializing it and sending the values back to the calling code. All right. It's taking too long to run. Let me run it again. Control F5 to run it faster. Right. So you get the values here as 111 and 222. Are we clear on this, everybody? Now,
Yes,
if
sir.
my function init is going to initialize my values, then I don't need to write this code. Do I need to say int A equal to 100 and int B equal to 200? Do I need to do that? This is the waste, right? Because the function itself is using, writing some code to initialize it. So I'm going to try to remove this. And I'm going to try to remove the values out here, A and B. And the moment I do that, it gives me an error. Because this value is now unassigned. Local variables, remember from 2 days back, are unassigned. So it does not have any initial value, and therefore it says that use of unassigned local variable A. So what is it forcing me to do? It's forcing me to give it an initial value. But the function itself is of, trying to do what? To give it a value. So the point of having to initialize it is defeated. Now what can I do in this example? Now instead of using ref, in this sort of example, we're going to use out. Right? We're going to use out. Now the difference between ref and out, or before we get to the difference, the similarity between out and ref is that whatever changes that you make here in this function will reflect back in the calling code. So values that you're changing here will come back out here. So that would work, and it would show you the values as 111 and 222. So that is a similarity between out and ref. But what is the difference? Can you figure out what one difference that you can figure out? One difference that you can figure out between ref and out? Yes? Can you figure out what is the difference? I told you the similarity. What is the
Ref
difference?
needs to be initialized.
Correct. So ref needs the initial value, but out does not need an initial value. So you're not passing an initial value in case of out. In fact, not only does it not need an initial value, even if you give it an initial value, it discards the initial value. Out does what? I'm saying that, first thing is ref needs the initial value. Out does not need an initial value. But I'm going one step ahead and I'm saying that even if you give it an initial value, out discards the initial value. And when it comes to the function, this initial value is lost. I'll show you what I mean by that. Let's try and give it an initial value. Let's say I say 100 and equal to 200, right? I'm giving him these initial values. And I come to the function and I'm trying to print the value of I. I print the value of I. Okay. The moment I try to do that, it's giving me an error. Use of unassigned out parameter I. Why is it saying unassigned out parameter I? Because even if it had an initial value, when it came here, it has discarded that value. So there is no value in here. And this line now, of course, is giving you an error. Are we clear on this, everybody? So which means now that when you come to the function, before you initialize the value, you can't use it. If I tried using it, it's giving me an error because it has not been initialized. And to add to it, if I don't initialize my value in the function gives me an error. So what am I being forced to do now? What am I forced to do here?
Assign value to variable, sir.
I have to give it a value.
Assign.
Yes, I have to assign it a value. I cannot do it without it. So it's forcing me to do that. Now see what happens if I only assign I, or if I'm only assigning J, it's still giving me an error saying that out parameter I must be assigned to. All right. So it forces you to do all of this. So these are some of the things between ref and out. Okay, let me put in the comments. So with ref, what did we say? Changes made in the function reflect back in the calling code. That's with ref. With out, what are the things out here? What is common? First thing. What is common with out? Changes made in the function reflect back in the calling code. That's same as ref. The initial value is discarded. And out variables must be initialized in the function. That didn't get copied. in the function. Are you clear on this, everybody?
Yes, sir.
All right. What else? What about this line? Why is this line an error?
Sir, because it hasn't been initialized.
Assign a value, you cannot use it. Right? Before you assign a value, you cannot use it. Will this line work after line number 20? After
Yes,
giving
sir.
line 20, if I put that, will it work?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely, yes. All right. So that's ref and out. All right. We're going to try out one more thing. We're going to try out in. Now, in is the opposite of out. Out says what? The variables must be initialized. Out says the variable must be initialized. In would say you cannot give it a value. You cannot reassign a value. So when you mark something as in, it becomes read only. The value cannot be changed. All right. So I've written a function here called print, wherein I'm giving it as in int x. And x is read only right now. So if I try assigning it a value of x is equal to 100, this gives me an error. Are we clear on this, everybody? All right. So this is what we're doing out here. All right. So ref, out, and in. Now, how do I call this function? Print. Instead of calling console.writeLine and console.writeLine A and B, I could now call it as what? Print, and then in A, or within, you can even leave out that the word in. So if I want to print it, I'm not giving the word in. It's optional. It doesn't have to be given. It'll work without in also. All right. With out and ref, it is compulsory, but with in, it is optional. All right. Questions, if any, with ref out int? Now, these we tried with value types. All of these ints are value types. And this is how we are working with this out here. Let's see what if I was using reference types, right? What if I was using reference types and how would it work? Okay. So I'm going to put you on pause for a second while I copy some code so that I can do it a little quicker. All right. So I will just explain what I'm doing while I'm copying the code. In the next example, I am passing a reference type to a function. All right. So there's a function where I am passing a reference type. And when I pass a reference type to a function, the first question is the changes made in the function, will they reflect back on the calling code? So that's what I'm trying to see. So instead of a value type being passed down, I'm now passing a reference type. And all my code is trying to show you here is whatever changes I'm making there, how are they reflecting back in the calling code? So just give me a minute while I set that up. Once again, here, I want you to tell me what the output is. So be ready with your chat window. And I'd like to give you, to give me the output here. Okay. Now the only thing is in my code, I've got all the comments and all that. I don't want you to read the comments and give me the answer. So which is why I'm taking time to remove all the comments. Because the comments should give you the answers. I wanted to tell me what is happening out here. Okay, finally, I'm ready to roll. Okay. So I have firstly a class out here, public class, class1, public int I. I have this variable out here. Okay, fairly simple class. Now I create an object of that class out here on line number 50. I assign that obj.i some value and I pass it to this function. In the function, I receive this, right? So this is being passed here. I'm changing the value here. Now my question to you here is simple. On line number 53, what do you think will happen? Will it give me the updated value or will it give me the old value? So what is the output? Chris has already started off with giving the output. Others, please give me the same answer. So now I'm using a reference type and I'm passing it to a function. And I'm trying to make some changes in the function. The question is, will it reflect back in the calling code? In the case of value types, it is not happening. All right. All right. 10 seconds more to wrap up on the answer. All right. So the answer is correct. It would make a change. Now, whenever you pass this value here, when you're passing obj out here, internally, what is it doing? When you're passing into O2, internally, what is it doing? It is saying O2 is equal to obj. That's what's happening. And we have seen this line before in this example some time back. If you did O1 equal to O2, what will happen now? O1 will point to O2. So if you make a change in any one of them, the other one changes. So firstly, on this line, line 50, obj is pointing to the object. Correct? Obj is pointing to that object. You are passing that same obj to O2 and O2 is now also pointing to obj. So both obj and O2 both are pointing to this object. Whether you change it with O2 or whether you change it with obj, the other one will also be updated. So let's run this quickly and absolutely right. All those who gave the answer is 200. It would make the changes. So for a reference type, changes that you make in the function below will reflect back in the calling code. All right. Changes made in the function will reflect back in the calling code. I'll put in all the comments right at the end. Okay. All right. Now I'm going to make a small change in this code. And the change that I'm making here is this. Let's call this do something 2. Right? And instead of calling do something 1, I'm going to call do something 2. The code is slightly different in do something 2. Here what I'm saying is O2 is equal to new class 1. So what I'm doing out here is creating another object out here. All right. And again, my question to you again is the same. What do you think will be the output on line number 54? When I print line number 54, what do you think would be the output? Right? 15 seconds to answer that question. Tell me what is the output on line number 54. All right. So everybody is saying 100. Everybody is saying 100. And that is correct. Right? Okay, 5 seconds to wrap up on this answer in case you're still answering. Everybody is given the output of 100. And that's absolutely right. Let's confirm this. Let's run this and see what's happening here. So it does give you 100. Right? Now, why does it give you 100? What's happening in this lines of code? First thing is obj is pointing to new class 1. So there's one object being created here. Obj is pointing to the first object, in which case it's getting the value of I is getting the value of 100. Now, when you pass obj out here, O2 will point to obj. But when O2 points to obj, O2 is now creating another object. It's allocating or it's pointing to another object. So in this example, now there are two objects. Obj is pointing to the first object. When obj was passed here, at this point of time, O2 is pointing to the first object also. But now on this line, O2 is pointing to the second object. So now there are two objects. The first object gets the value of 100. Second object gets the value of 200. Obj continues to point to the first object and O2 is pointing to the second object which has the value of 200. So when I come back to the code out here, what will obj still give me? Will give me 100. So bang on, absolutely correct. So at this point, if O2 points to something else, obj will not change that. Obj will not point to O2. Obj will continue to point to the older object. And this is how it's behaving. Now, what if you want to change this behavior? What if you want that if O2 changes, then obj should also change? So what are we now trying to do out here? We are saying that if O2 goes and points to something else, obj should follow O2. Right now, that's not happening. But we want that to happen. Now, if you want that to happen, then while doing this, the reference type itself, I'll call it do something 3. The reference type itself, I'm going to pass it as a ref. I'm going to pass the reference type as a ref. And when I pass the reference type as a ref, if I make this reference point to something else, then the original one in the original code will also point to something else. So now obj will follow O2 because you're passing it as a ref. So when I try calling do something 3 now, when I call do something 3, I'm going to firstly call it with as ref obj. And now when O2 points to this new class 1, obj will also go and point to this. Now, what about the first object that obj was pointing to? Now, who's pointing to this first object?
No one, sir.
No one. Both are now pointing to this. So when I make a change here, the change will be reflected back on top. And let's try running this now, and it gives you the value of 200. Are we clear on this, everybody? So when do you pass a reference type as a ref? If you want that changes that you make in the function where the reference in the function, if it points to something else, the original one also should follow. Then you pass the reference type as a ref. Are you clear on this, everybody?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now in the next example, do something 4. Instead of passing it as a ref, I'm going to pass it as an out. Instead of passing it as a ref, I'm going to pass it as an out. So what are the differences between ref and out? What did we talk about? Similarities are the same. What are the similarities? Changes made below will reflect back on top. That is the similarity between ref and out. But what is the difference between ref and out?
Initialization, sir.
Initial
Not taken
values
over.
will be discarded for out. Initial values will be discarded, which means now if I try to call something here with, let's say, instead of 3, I'm going to call it as do something 4, which is an out here. Initially, obj was pointing to new class 1. At this point, when you pass it as an obj as out, this will point to null. This will point to null. There will be nothing that will be pointing to. So it has lost what it's pointing to. And therefore, it becomes now compulsory. It will become compulsory for it to point to it. If you don't point it to something, it will give you an error. Why is it giving you an error? Because this was initially null. So it is now important and compulsory that you have to do that. This is not required in ref. In ref, even if I had not done that, it was okay. But here it has now become compulsory in an out. All right. So that's the difference between your ref and out with reference types. Output, will it be the same as before as ref? Will that be the same? Will it give you similar output as what happened with ref?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
absolutely yes. But the difference is this line now becomes compulsory. This line number 74 was not compulsory for a ref, but it's compulsory for out because the initial value is discarded. So now we're using out with a reference type. All right. If you ran the output, I don't remember whether I ran or not, it is giving you 200. So same as before. Okay. That brings me to do something 5. And in do something 5, I will pass it as an in. What is the difference between an out and an in? What does in say? What does in say? What does in say?
Read only.
It's read only. Now, when I say reference type is read only, it means that it cannot point to anything else. So if you try pointing into something else, this is not allowed. What do you mean when the value type is read only? When a value type is read only, meaning what? We saw in the previous example, an int was read only. So what happens when a value type is read only? Yes. What if a value type is read only? It cannot be changed. So no value can be, you can't change the value. What do you mean by when a reference type is read only? When you say a reference type is read only, it means that it cannot point to something else. But the object, the values that you have, those values can be changed. So I can do this. I can say o2.i equal to 200. The properties can be changed. But what cannot be changed when it is read only? It cannot be made to point to something else. So please understand the difference between a value type and a reference type being read only. Both of them have different meanings. Okay. So if I come back here, now isn't this code like something else that we saw? What else did we see? Somewhere else we saw this code. Where else did we see this code? That first example. First example, do something one also the same example. But what is the difference here? This O2 could have pointed to something else. You could have made it point to something else. You could have done that and it wouldn't have given you an error. But now within that line is not possible. Making it point to something else will not work. Coming back to the output, if I call do something 5, what will be the output shown again here in min? Do something 5. Do something 5. I'm passing it as an in. What will be the output shown here? Will be 200, right? Changes made below will reflect back out here. Understood? All right. Can I
Yes,
call
sir.
it without in? Can I call it without in? Without using the word in, can I call it? We did that in the previous example. If there is something
Yes,
which
sir.
is of type in, you can call it without in also. And that would also work. And that's what we're doing out here. So both of these would do the same thing. So that's how you could work with ref out and int with reference types. Right now I have some comments out here which I want to just put down there. So I'll just, the same code that I had, I'll just put it down with comments. So I'm just deleting this and putting it down with comments. So whatever we've been saying in the session has been put down as comments. All right. Do something one, passing a reference type. Changes made in the function reflect back in the calling code. Second one, do something do with a reference type. Making O2 point to something else does not reflect back in the calling code. Now making something else point to something else reflect back in the calling code if it has been passed as a ref. That was 3. So same thing with 4, but O2 loses its initial value and it must be initialized. That's with out. And the fifth one was ref. So this is a read only. For a reference type, read only means it can't point to something else, but the data can be changed. This is what we mean. So everything that we've been saying, I'll just put that down as a comment. All right. Okay. So we have seen how to create reference types and, or rather not create, but sorry, we've seen how to pass values. Okay. Let me take you back to what we said sometime back. When we said reference types, I didn't say it at that time, but let's just understand what's happening here. I said all classes and their variants are reference types, and I went on to give different examples. And the examples I said were classes, interfaces, delegates, arrays, the string, and the object class. 6 of them I said. Now, if you look at this, all classes are, of course, classes. So there's no doubt about this. So these are also classes. Interfaces, internal representation. If you go into the internals, internally, this is also represented as a class, but with certain restrictions. All right. Delegates also internally are classes. All delegates in .NET. Hopefully, we'll be looking into that immediately today. Are also classes. Arrays, when you create, all arrays internally are a class. Object class also is a class. String class is also a class. So effectively, when I ask you what are the examples of reference types, if you tell me classes, interfaces, delegates, arrays, object class, and string class, what you are effectively saying is all classes, 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 and classes are examples of reference types. This is what you're effectively saying. So if you had just said this one line, okay, what are reference types? All classes are reference type. That should cover everything. Agree? But if you're asked this in an interview, don't just say that one line and walk off, because they might say that you don't know their answer. So you give a more complete answer. You say all classes and their variants, and then you list out the examples, because the guy sitting in the interview wants to hear all of this. He wants to hear all these 6. Now you know that internally a delegate is a class. You know internally that the array is a class. But don't try to show off that. Give him all the 6 examples. Because I don't know whether he knows that internally this is a class. So if you just say classes, this is good enough. Are we clear on this?
Yes, sir.
All right. Coming to value types. What did I say? All structs and enums are value types. Sorry. All structs and enums are value types. Now, internally, we'll be seeing an enum in the next example. Internally, an enum is actually an int. An enum is actually an int internally. And we just saw all enums are an int and all ints are a struct. Yes or no? All ints are actually a struct. So when you're saying all structs and enums are value types, what you're actually saying is what? All structs and structs are value types. That is what you're actually saying. Because an enum is an int which is a struct. But once again, this is for you to know. You know that these are both actually structs only. When you're giving an answer in the interview, give both of them. That's what that guy wants to hear. But this is like saying what all structs and structs are value types. So if you had just said, what are value types? All structs are value types. What are reference types? All classes are reference types. That covers everything. Are we clear on this? All right.
Yes, sir.
So that brings me to the next example. We're going to try creating value types. We're going to try creating structs and enums. All right. Let me go into my code and let me add another project. Console app. And this is a value type. Okay. So I'm going to again refer to some inbuilt ready code that I have. We're going to first try out a struct. Now, a struct and a class, there are certain differences. One major difference you already know. What is the one major difference between a struct and a class? We just talked about it. What is the one major difference between a struct and a class?
Value type, reference type, sir.
Correct. All structs are value types. Classes are reference types. Now you elaborate on this. For example, now you talk about all value types are stored on the stack. So structs are stored on the stack. All classes are stored on the heap. Now when you're saying heap, the object is created on the heap, but the reference to it is created on the stack. Then more. Stack operations are faster compared to heap operations. So structs will be faster than classes. So this is one difference that you know, but you elaborated. Don't just say, oh, value type, reference type, and walk away from that. Elaborate on the differences. Second thing, second major difference. Inheritance is not allowed in structs. Inheritance is not allowed in structs. So you can't have a struct inheriting from another struct. Of course, inheritance is allowed in classes. So which means everything related to inheritance, right, is not allowed in the struct. For example, can I have a protected member in a struct? Can I think of having a protected member in a struct? What does protected say? Available where? Same class and derived
Derived
class.
class.
But there is going to be no derived class here. There's going to be no derived struct here. So you can't think of having something as protected. Or for example, can you have an abstract struct? Can you have an abstract struct?
No,
Why
sir.
not?
No, sir.
Because in an abstract struct, you will have to create a derived class to use that class, no? And you can't have a derived, something from struct. You can't use inheritance on structs. So every concept related to inheritance will not be allowed here. Can I have virtual members in the struct? No, because the virtual members can be overridden in the derived class. So everything that you've seen in inheritance is disallowed in a struct. So two major differences between classes and structs. Value type, reference type, and inheritance. Other than that, everything else that you're doing for a class, you can do it for a struct. Okay? So
Yes,
when
sir.
would you use a struct? And when would you use a class? If you wanted to use some inheritance with it, then the only option available to you is class. But if inheritance is not being used, which would you prefer to use and why? If inheritance is not going to be used, then which would you prefer and why?
Struct, sir, because then it will be faster.
Exactly. Exactly. So if you don't need inheritance and if you want to just, store some values in there and use the values somewhere, then struct should be faster because these are value types. All right. Okay. There's no big deal in the code out here. There's no big deal in the code out here. So have a look at this code. I'm creating a struct wherein I'm creating, what is this now? First one by one. It's an auto property. Second one here, public intakes. What is this? Field,
Field.
right? Next one, property. Next one, constructor. I've not put methods, but you can put methods also into the struct. So everything that you learned with the class, now you can do it with the struct as well. All right.
Yes, sir.
Now, the code that I've written there has been commented out. You don't need to know this. So close your ears. Right now I'm talking, but you don't need to listen. Close your ears. You don't need to listen. Close your ears. I'm going to talk, but close your ears. In older versions of .NET Core and .NET Framework also, you could not write a no parameter constructor in a struct and just leave it as it is. If you wrote a no parameter constructor, then it became compulsory to initialize all the members in there in older versions. Now, starting from version 6 onwards, this limitation is not there. So this code of mine is actually very old code. So there I had to do this for you. Now I don't have to do that. Now there is no such restriction. So you can write whatever else that you need. So you don't need to know this. You don't need to know this because you're working with 9. Why do you want to worry about what happened a few years back? Okay. So you don't need to know this. So you can have, whatever else that you have, but you might have some older books or older articles or whatever, which tell you that this is a limitation. You need to initialize all the members, but it's not true now. This was true in the older versions. All right. So close your ear. I hope you have not heard a word of what I've said. Right? Because it is not relevant to you. You don't need to worry about it. Now, if you happen to hear it, it's okay. You have that extra information, but it's not required. Okay. I'm not even running the code. Don't make me run the code. There's nothing in this code. All that you're doing is what creating an object, setting a property out. So try it out in the lab. Okay. The two things that will, what can you try here? You can try inheritance, and inheritance will not work when you're in the lab. Okay. The second example that I'm going to try out here is the enum. And this is something that is new to you. I mean, in the sense, at least in .NET. So we're going to be looking at an enum. This is in the finished format. That's okay. Okay. Now, what is an enum actually? An enum is a set of constants that you would use in your code. Now, why do you need a constant? What is the idea of a constant? If you want to use some hard-coded value, rather than using a hard-coded value, if you use a constant, then your code becomes easier to work with. For example, have a look at this code. Now, this is not using an enum. And I've written some messages out here. Like, I'm displaying either good morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And I want to call this code. Now, I have some hard-coded values here. What are the hard-coded values? 0, 1, 2, and 3. And based on those hard-coded values, I'm performing some code. Now, first thing is, this code is not very easy to read, or you're not able to understand what exactly is happening out here by just looking at that 0, 1, 2, 3. You have no clue. Secondly, while calling the code, supposing I had not shown you that code, supposing I had not shown you display 1, I had not opened that and shown you, and I just said display 1, and I said, okay, now give a message. So pass me a value. Will you know what to pass? Will you know what to pass here?
No,
I'm
sir.
not showing you the code. Will you understand what to pass here? You have no way of knowing, no? How do you know? It just says int t. So if you wanted to show where are we now? Good evening right now. So you have no clue what good evening means out here. So writing code and calling code with constant values is not easy to do. Let's assume, okay? Let's assume you guess the value right. Let's assume you guess the value right and you tried running this code. This would give you the message correctly. So good evening right now, right? Obviously, we're going to finish it good night, but for now, good evening. All right. Now, what if I went and changed the code? I went and changed my code. What will happen to your code? What will happen to your code? Will it work now?
No, sir.
Right? Nothing is happening. So this is not very maintainable code because if you're changing any constant values anywhere, then this code is not very maintainable. Now let's try doing the same thing with an enum and see how code becomes easier to work with. So to declare an enum, you would declare it public enum and the name of the enum. And all of these are your constant values. Now, by default, the first value in there would take a value of 0. The next one would take one more than the previous one. So morning by default has taken a value of 0. Afternoon has taken a value of one more than the previous one and continuing further. So that's 0, 1, 2, 3. All right. While writing code, now I can write code in this manner. Take it as time of day t and see what happens. Now this is ready code that you can, I don't have time to write down all the code, but when you write down the code, if you say t equal to, and if you say time of day dot, it gives you all the possible values that you're looking for. Are we getting this, everybody? So calling this code has become a lot simpler. Even if I was, writing this code and working with this, it's now very easy to write this code. How would I call that code? Supposing I didn't know what the values were. I now call display2, and what does it take as a parameter? Time of day. So it's being shown to me in a drop down here. It's prompting me with the values. So no chance of making a mistake. All right. And supposing the values change. Now you can give in different values. Like if I could do this, what values does it do? Does it now have? Starting with 100 and then 101, 102, 103. Now my code would still run. I don't need to change anything. All right. Okay, by the way, I could do this also. What will be the values now? 100, 200, next one, 201, 202. I could give different values like this. So your code suddenly becomes much more maintainable with the help of enums. All right. And there will be a lot of enums that you will use in .NET as you go along. Wherever you have to give any hard-coded values, you'll find that there is an enum available there. And you'll have to choose from one of the enums out there. So you won't be passing hard-code like 10, 11, 12. You'll be using enums out here. Now, by default, what values can you give out to this? What values can you give out here? You can give only numeric values without a decimal point. Enums can contain only numeric values without a decimal point. And by default, I just told you that some time back. By default, all enums are an integer. So it can take all the valid values for an integer. Now, what if you wanted not an integer? So you could do this. I could say, for example, colon long. And now this enum will be taken as a long rather than as an integer. What are the things that we can give here? Only 8 types. Only 8 types. What are the 8 types that I can give here? Only the 8 numeric types. What are they?
Long, short,
Carry on. Long, short are 2.
integer,
Integer and one more, byte. And
byte.
then the unsigned versions of that. Or in case of byte, the signed versions. So you'll have, u long, u int, u short, and s byte. So s byte is ulta. I hope you realize that. Everything else is u for unsigned. But byte is byte and s byte or signed byte. So this is ulta. So these are the only things that you can give out, your colon, whatever. By default, what does it take it as? By default, if you don't give anything, it's taking it as what? Integer. This is the default value. All right. So if you don't give anything, it takes it as an integer. But if you want, you can give it something else. And that's how you'd work with an enum. If you wanted to give any constant values. All right. Okay, I'm not running the code. I've run it 1 or 2 times, but yeah, it displays you that good evening message. All right. These are your value types. Okay. Moving on to the next concept. If you had, let's say if you had a reference type, like let's say string S, or let's say class 1 obj. Now for reference types, you could assign it a null value. So both of these are valid statements. S is equal to null or obj is equal to null. Both of these are valid statements. No problem whatsoever for reference types. Okay. But if you had value types, then if I tried doing this, let's say int A is equal to 100, I cannot go and assign it a null value. This is not okay. This doesn't work. So a reference type can take a null value, but a value type cannot take a null value. Okay. Now the problem here is this, that sometimes you might want to give it a null value. Sometimes you might want to give a value type a null value. And this typically will happen when you're working with databases. For example, if you're storing a numeric value in the database, you know that a numeric value can take null values. I mean, a numeric column can take null values, right?
Yes, sir.
You can allow nulls in there.
Yes, sir.
So for example, what if I was trying to do this? I was trying to say A is equal to get value from database. And this function was reading the value from that database, returning the value from that column. Let's say there was a select statement there, which was returning a value. Now, what would happen in this example? What
Errors.
value could come in here? It could either get a value of a numeric number, or if that column allowed nulls, it might also be getting a null value. So if it returned null, then this would be what would be happening out here. And this will give you a runtime exception. Right? If you're trying to put an invalid value there, it will give you a runtime exception. So how do we handle this situation?
Sir, we had a wrapper class in Java for this, sir.
Right. So I'm talking about .NET. Let's not get into this. Now, in this case, we have something here called as a nullable type. So nullable type is actually, yes, it is another class it is created, is a value type that can store nulls. Right? And how do you create a nullable type? While creating a nullable type, the syntax is you just add a suffix of question mark. So if you wanted to convert that int into a nullable int, I would now do this int question mark A. Right? Or if I had, for example, other types, let's say if I had a decimal, I would say what? Decimal question mark, whatever, B. Or if I had a Boolean, for example, bool question mark C. So how do you make something as a nullable type? Just add a suffix of question mark, and that would make it a nullable type. The moment you make it a nullable type, now this can store nulls. Okay, this can store nulls. Are you clear on this, everybody?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the next example that I'm looking at, I'm going to try to work with a nullable type. And there are a few things that we want to see out here. Now let's assume that, this has values. Now, what are the possibilities? You could either have a null value or you could have a not null value. Now, what if I had some other code later? Let's say int j, and this int j is not a nullable type. It's not a nullable type. Now, what would happen if I try to do j is equal to I? What will happen if I try to do j is not I, but j is equal to a, let's say? What will happen in this case? What could possibly happen? What are the two possibilities?
So success or runtime exception.
Either it works perfectly okay if a contained the value of 100, or if a was null, then it will cause you a problem, a runtime exception. So how would you handle this? If you have to write code for this, without changing the data type of J. One option is, of course, you can make J nullable, but that's not what I'm looking at. If it was taking it as an integer only, what code would you write before you wrote this line, before you write the line J is equal to A?
Sir, if condition.
What would be your if condition?
If A equals null, sir, then J is equal to
Right.
0.
So you check for null for A. And if A is null, then give J some other value. And if A is not null, then get the value from A and put it into J. So that's typically the code that you will write. Now, this same code, I'm going to write it in 5-6 different ways. The exact same code that you described, that you called out, I'm going to write it in different ways. All right? And let's see how we could do this. So I'm going to add one more project out here. Add a new project. And this here is nullable types. All right. And yeah, we'll copy paste some code again. And somebody's mic is on and the voice is coming through. So just mute yourself, please. All right. So to begin with, I have declared, this here as a nullable type. I could take a null value or it could take a non-null value. What if it was not nullable? Then this would not work. Then this line would not work. All right. So I've made it nullable and this is taking this line. Now, while reading the value from I into J, right? Let's try it out both ways. What if I was not null? And if I is not null, J is equal to I. But on my right-hand side, I have int question mark. On my left-hand side, I have an int. So therefore, I have to typecast this to an int and get the integer value from there. So if it is not null, J gets the value of I. But if I was null, let's say I'm putting a default value of 0 into J. Right? So this is the code that we are doing. And then, of course, at the end of it, what are we doing? Console.writeLine J. So if I run this code now, initially when I was 10, what value would J get here? If I is 10, what value is J getting? Quick.
10.
Would get what?
10.
Would get 10.
And sir,
Yeah. Would get 10. So that's what we're getting this. But if I was null, then the value in J here is 0.
0.
Right? Okay, now this is a very simple code snippet. There's nothing major or big out here. I mean, you have done this sort of code multiple times. But as I said, I'm going to do this in different ways. If I have a nullable type, the nullable type gets two properties out here. So if you look at I is your nullable type. It has two properties here. One called value, which tells you what is the value in I. And the second thing it gives is has value. You got a property here called has value. Has value is a Boolean value. Will return true if I is not null. Has value will return true if I is not null. And has value will return false if I is null. So if instead of saying I not equal to null, what am I checking for? If I dot has value, and instead of having to typecast this, I'm now taking it as what? J is equal to I dot value. So I'm doing exactly the same thing. I'm not doing anything different. Are you getting this, everybody?
Yes, sir.
Only thing I want you to know
Yes,
that
sir.
there are two properties for the nullable type called has value and value. Has value is Boolean, value is the actual integer value. Now the same thing. All right, I'm not running the code, it's the same thing happening. I can do it with this method. So it also has a method called get value or default. Now, how would this work? If I has a value, the get value will return you the value of I. So j will get the value of I. But if I is not having a value, if I is null, then j will get the default value of an integer. What is the default value for an integer?
0.
Would be 0. It's the same code as before. All right. Or there is an overload to this. And the overload here is says, instead of giving a default value of 0, what is this line of code doing? What value will j get if I is null?
9.
What
Equal
value
9.
will j get? Would get the value of 999. So you can give it a different value if you wanted to. All right. Again, one more way of doing exactly the same thing. We are using something called as a null coalescence operator. So coalescence is the, when you put it all together, when you gather things around, it's called coalescence. So everything has been done here itself. J is getting the value of I. And if I is not having a value, if I is null, then J will get the value of 0. This is again a shorter way of doing all of this. And all these, I don't know how many ways, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different ways of doing this. All these ways are doing exactly the same code. There's no difference in the code. But in later examples, we'll be exposed to the null coalescence operator, which says that if I is not null, J will get the value of I. But if I is null, then J will get the value of the second one, which is 0 in this case. All right. All right. Now, this was for value types. Now, for value types, it made sense that you have an int question mark out here. Okay. We're going to look at something called as a nullable reference type. Now, first thing is when you say nullable reference type, first thing before I get into a nullable reference type, can a reference type store null values in any case without
Yes.
doing anything?
Yes, sir.
Yes, it can store null. So there's no problem about it. Right? So for example, if I had a string, right? And I stored a null value in it, right? So this is absolutely fine. And if I tried printing that string, okay, this is taking this value out here. No problem at all. Now, what if, for example, I'm trying to read that string from the user? I haven't shown you this, but just like you have a write line, you also had a read line, and read line allows you to read the value from the console. Now, there is a possibility that what if one of these methods returned null? If it returns null, there is a possibility that in your code somewhere later down the line, not here, later down the line, if you're trying to access it, and if you have not kept a check for null, it might give you runtime exceptions. It might. Possibility is there. Possibility is there. All right. Now, whenever you get a possible null value, the compiler will keep giving you a warning. The compiler will keep giving you a warning. What is it warning you? What is the warning message that it's giving you? That, you know what? You're likely to get a null value here. And if you get a null value here, later in your code, you might get a problem. This is what it's warning you. It's not an error. It's a warning telling you, please be careful. Are you clear on this, everybody? All right. Now, I want to tell the compiler that it is okay if I get a null value. Don't give me a warning. I want to do that. And to do that, the reference type itself, you mark it as a nullable. And when you mark a reference type as a nullable, the compiler stops giving you the warning. Are you understanding what is happening here? This is not an error. There's no problem in your code. This is the compiler trying to be extra smart. Trying to tell you what? You know what? Be careful. Be careful. Why be careful? Because now you're getting a null value. Later, this might cause you a problem. This is the compiler warning. Now, what do you want to tell the compiler? What do you want to tell the compiler? Shut up. Don't keep warning. I'm going to take care of it myself. If I get an error, it's okay. Don't keep giving a warning on every line. How do you shut it up? By telling it that this nullable or this reference type can take nulls, is nullable. Are you getting this, everybody? Understood?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, this is the official explanation. This is what you'll need to do. Okay. In my case, I have been writing code in .NET for over 25 years now. Right? I started working with the betas of .NET. So over 25 years now that I'm writing code in .NET. In all my programming life with .NET, I have never needed to give this because the older versions did not give me a warning. So if you look at any older code before .NET 6, there was no warning given out here. So I would write this code like I have written right now, and it would not show up as a warning. So either for me, even if I'm writing code here now, or even if you look at older code written about 4 years back, you will find that nowhere are they giving question marks. All right. Now, if you open that project now, everywhere what will keep happening now? You'll have to convert that string or any other reference type. You'll have to convert it to string question mark so that the warning doesn't come in. Now, that can be a pain in the posterior, right? So instead of doing this, what I'm going to tell the compiler is don't give me a warning at all. I'm going to tell the compiler what? Don't give me the warning at all for the entire program. And this is how I would do that. Can I have your attention, please? Right click on your project. Go into the properties of your project. Sorry, right click on your project and go into the properties of your project. Right? I double clicked on it by mistake. So right click and go into the properties, and in the build option on the left hand side, in the build option, there's a option for nullable, which is currently enabled. I'm going to go and disable this. And when I disable this, right, when I disable this, the warning is no longer coming up to me. So even without having to give question mark. All right. Now, this is not something that I'm going to recommend to you. What should you do? What should you do?
Question mark, sir.
Give question marks everywhere, because that is what they recommend. But for my code, especially my older code, if I have to open the older code and do it everywhere, it'll be a real pain to do that. So for me, this is an easier option. Telling the compiler what? Don't give the warning. Because my older code never the compiler was giving a warning. This is a new thing that they have started from version 6 onwards. Are we clear on this, everybody? All right. So I'll go back to the setting which was earlier, which is what? In the build and enable the warning. And when you are enabling the warning, what do you need to do here in this case? You need to give in the string question mark. Okay. All right. Now, if you don't do this, and you want to suppress the warning only for this line, let's say only for this line, you want to suppress it. Then you can give this exclamation out here. Exclamation here is called as the bang operator, B-A-N-G, bang. All right. And when you give the bang operator out here, all right, the warning is being suppressed only for this particular line, only for line 34. Okay. So suppress warning for this line. Okay. Are you clear on this, everybody? See what happened here. If I said null bang, what is it doing now? Suppressing it for this line. So that's what we can do. Alternatively, what is the way of, doing this with string question mark is? I don't know whether you have noticed when you did your employee assignment, it was giving you the same warning. That string
Yes, sir.
name.
Yes, sir.
All right. So I'm surprised nobody is asking me any questions, or maybe you found the answer to that in the, somebody in the lab already told you the answer. But I'm surprised nobody came up to me and said, sir, it's giving me a warning when I'm trying to write this code. What is happening? So either A, you got the answer, or B, you're not written the code, or C, you're not inquisitive enough to figure out why it's giving you one. Right? Okay. Anyway, so this was your nullable types. Questions, if any? All right. I want to start off on a new topic. We'll take a logical 5-minute break. You can quickly stretch out, have a quick washroom water break. It's almost 6:35, 6:40 we will resume the session. See you in 5 minutes. Share my screen again and good to go. So the next major topic that we're going to be looking at is arrays in .NET. I'm adding a new project, console app, and we're looking at arrays in .NET. So you have worked with arrays before. I'm not going to spend much time on what is an array and why I have an array and all that. Typically, instead of creating individual variables, you can now create an array of variables, so that the advantage is you don't have to create it individually. It's created as one unit. You can then access it using a index. You can loop through the array elements. You have certain algorithms with arrays, right? So you know why arrays are used. You know how to work with arrays. Let's focus on the syntax of arrays. Now, when you're creating an array here in .NET, let's say I'm creating an array of integers. So int square bracket ARR equal to new int of the size of the array. So let's say I'm giving an array of size 5. Read it from right to left. ARR is an array of integers. Okay. Now, all arrays that you create in .NET inherit from the array class. The array class is the base class of all arrays in .NET. And the array class itself is an abstract class. So you can't create an object of the array class. When you're creating an integer array, internally, now this is not an actual class or this is not something that you can see, but internally, it will create a class that inherits from the array class. So let's say, for example, the internal class, let's call it an integer array class. And ARR is a reference of that integer array class. So there's no class called integer array. But when you create an array of integers, this integer array, I'm just giving it some name, is actually inheriting from the array class, and ARR is a reference of that class. All right. Now, when you inherit from the array class, this ARR will get all the methods and properties of that array class. And let's see some of these inbuilt methods and properties also in this code. All right. The array elements, of course, here would start from ARR of 0 all the way up to ARR of 1 less than the length that you're given out here. Size is 5. So in this case, it should be 4 elements in here. Let's try looping through this and accepting the array elements. Okay. A for loop. And what I'm doing out here is for int I equal to 0, I less than ARR dot length. So length here is a property that's coming from the array class, right? Your array also has got this property. I want to accept this from the user. So before accepting it, I want to display a message. So let's say console.writeLine. Enter value for, now I want to print this as ARR of so-and-so. So I want to print it as ARR of, and here now this value here would come in from where? ARR of something. Where is this going to come in from? From the value of I. And to do that, one simple way of doing this is you do string concatenation. So you complete the string here, plus you take I, plus again the closing bracket, and then maybe something like this. All right. And if I try printing this, it's just going to print you, 5 times enter value for ARR of 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever the case might be. So you're getting these values out here. Now this uses string concatenation. Instead of using string concatenation, I can do the same thing, right? Using this. So let me actually put one line out here, which what I want actually is what ARR of, and then whatever is the actual value out here. So instead of using string concatenation out here, the other option that I can use is I can put in what are known as placeholders. So I'm saying curly brackets 0. And this curly bracket 0 will be replaced with the value of I. So after the string is over, you put in a comma and specify what are the parameters out here. All right. So the first parameter is going in here as curly bracket 0. Suppose you wanted 2 variables, then this would mean curly bracket 0, curly bracket 1, and then you would have to say comma I, comma j. So that's how you would actually give this. So the value of I is going to be put in here into this curly bracket. This one is using a placeholder. The first one was using string concatenation, right? Where you're adding different strings. If you print it, it's giving you exactly the same output as before. There's no difference in the output. It's showing you exactly the same thing. Now it's going to print it twice. So enter value for ARR of 0, but being printed in 2 different ways. Now there's a third way in which you could add strings. And see the third way. Now in the third way, you will not use placeholders. Instead, in here, you will actually use the actual variable itself. And to do that, we're going to use something called as string interpolation. All right. Now using this technique of string or interpolation, let's see how it works. Before the single quotes begin, you put in a $sign. All right. Make sure there's no space out here. This won't work. So immediately before the single quote, put in a dollar sign. And now whatever value you want out here, you just put in curly brackets, and this would be the actual variable that you want. So what variable do you want out here? The variable I. So it's showing you, intelligence on what variable you want out here. So the actual variable is being given here, and this actual value will be replaced with the value of I. So all three of them are doing exactly the same thing. There's no difference in what all three of them are doing, but doing it with different techniques, right? Either using concatenation or placeholders or interpolation. All right. I would suggest you use interpolation. All right. That's the easiest way. String concatenation is probably the worst way of doing it. So my suggestion is to use interpolation. All right. Now, once I have this message here, instead of a right line, I'm going to put in a right so that I can, get the values immediately next to it. Otherwise, right line is taking you to the next line. And I want to actually accept the values. Now, to accept the values, you want to do this with the console.read line. But the problem with console.readline is the console.readline returns a string. So if you look at console.readline, it's actually returning a string question mark, meaning what? It could return a null value as well. But on my right-hand side, I'm giving a string. On my left-hand side, I'm going to say read the value into ARR of I. So my left-hand side is an integer, right-hand side is a string. I'll need to convert that string into an integer. One way of doing this is with the int.parse. And int.parse takes a string as a parameter and converts it to an integer. Why is it giving me a warning here? What is the
Could
problem?
give you a null value, sir.
Because it may return null, and if it returns null, then int.parse will give me an error. So how do I ignore the warning? On this line, how do I ignore the warning?
Bang operator, sir.
Bang,
Bang
bang.
operator.
All right. Okay. So this is what we're doing to ignore it. Alternatively, I don't like doing this. Me, personally, Vikram, I don't like doing this. So what would you do there in that case? If you were me, what would you do? What would I do then?
Setting properties, sir.
Yeah. So go into the properties, and I don't like doing that. So this is my personal choice. I'm not suggesting that you do that. You use bang. All right. So here in this case, in the build, nullable warning, I will disable. Otherwise, every line that I'm writing, I'll have to keep on going and doing that. And I don't like doing that. Just a matter of personal choice. So this warning now should disappear. All right. So this is what we're doing. Now, this is one way, in.parse. Now, what if you wanted to convert it to some other data type? Now, in .NET, to convert from one data type to the other data type, there is a class that you can use called convert. And this convert class has all possible conversions that you might need. So in this case, for example, I'm converting it to an integer. So I'm going to call convert.to, and then in .NET, you don't call it only an int, you call it an int32. So convert.to int32 console.readline. The int.parse will be faster because convert.to int32 internally will go and call int.parse. So int.parse is faster. But I want you to know and remember the convert dot. Why am I asking you to remember convert dot? Why am I asking you to remember convert dot?
Sir, one for all solution.
There's one solution for all conversions that you need to do. So any conversions that you want to do, with standard data types, this would be available out here. There will be a lot of overloads also available here. So this will take care of all possibilities. So either one of the two. I mean, you don't have to use any one particular way, any one of the two. So this is what we're doing to read the values. So this code of mine is accepting the values into an array, printing the message first, enter value for so-and-so. I'll run the code later. Let me write a code to loop through the values and display the values as well. And to do that, I could use a for loop. So I could use the same loop and write similar code to display the values. But to display the values, I'm going to be using a for each loop. And the for each loop iterates through a collection of objects. Now the for each loop, I'm going to make a statement here. Please remember this statement because this is an important statement. The for each loop can iterate through any class that implements IEnumerable. There's an inbuilt interface called IEnumerable. So all classes that implement IEnumerable can, you can enumerate through them. You can loop through them. All right. Which class are we using here? ARR here is an derived class of the array class. So if I show you the array class, the inbuilt class called array. If I show you the array class implements IEnumerable. And therefore you can loop through it using the for each loop. The array class also implements certain other interfaces. So make a note of this, see what this is showing you. But I will come back and refer to this later again. All right. So this is what we have. And this is all some of the methods of the array class and properties that will be shown out here. Anyway, coming back to this. So what are the collection that we are looping through right now here? ARR. ARR is your collection. All right. Let me remove the word array. ARR is your collection. What is the array a collection of? What is it? Individual elements in there or what? Each of them is an int. So I would write this down as for each int item in ARR. Array is a collection of ints. One element in there is an int. This loop is not using an index. Item here will refer to the first element in the array. So this item, when your loop is running, will refer to ARR of 0. Next time, ARR of 1, ARR of 2, ARR of 3, and then ARR of 4. Item is not 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Item is ARR of 0, ARR of 1, ARR of 2, and so on and so forth. The for each loop is a read-only loop, which means now I can't change the value of item. I can't do this item equal to 10. I can't do this. This is not allowed. I can't change the value. So could I have used this loop to accept the array elements? Like we did this here. Could I have used this? Could I have said item is equal to in.parse of so and so? Would this have worked?
No, sir.
Yes.
No, sir.
No. So the for each loop can be used to display the array elements. All right. Because it's a read-only loop, but not to accept it if it is an integer array. Now, I will remind you about a statement that I made sometime back when we were talking about reference types. When a value type is read-only, what does that imply? When a value type is read-only, what does that imply? Nothing can be changed. You can't change its value. But when a reference type is read-only, what does that mean? It means that
the object it is
you cannot
pointing
make it
cannot be changed.
to something else. But the data inside that can change. So if this was an array of objects, let's say it was an array of type employees, then what would not be allowed? You can't make item point to some other employee. That will not be allowed. But the values inside that can be changed. So whenever I'm saying something is read-only, please understand what is read-only. The value type and the reference type both have different meanings for read-only. And I'm saying that the for each loop is read-only. So if you're looping through value types, nothing can be changed. But if you're looping through reference types, you can't make it point to something else, but the data inside that can be changed. We'll see an array of objects a little later in our code. All right. Are we clear on this, everybody? Any questions about this? All right. So let me try printing the values. So what am I printing here in this case? Directly printing item. All right. For each int item in ARR, item refers to either ARR of 0, ARR of 1, 2, 3, 4, all the elements in the array. Ready to run the code. Let's try this. And it's accepting the 5 elements and then displaying them. So enter value for ARR of 0, let's say 10, 20, 30, 40, and 50. And then the values are being displayed there. Could I have got the index with this? Could I have got the index with this? With this loop, could I have got the index? Could I know ARR of, could I pick up 0, 1, 2, 3, 4? No. This is only looping through all the items without referring to the index. What if you wanted the index? Then what will you need to do? Write a for loop. All right. Okay. Questions, if any, at this point of time? Okay. Now the array that you're creating, since it's inheriting from the array class, it already gets some static properties and methods from the array class. So let's have a look at this. Let's look at some of these methods from the array class. Okay, first thing, let me create an array. Int ARR is equal to, and one syntax of creating this, you can directly given the values out here. All right. Now, what values are happening? What is happening to this array out here? It's creating an array of how many elements?
5,
How
sir.
many elements?
5.
5 elements. Now I can increase this number. I can add as many as I want to, and depending on number of items that you're giving there, the size of the array will depend upon that. So it is not a fixed array in terms of when you're giving key, what is the size? Whatever number of elements you give in here initially, it will take that size. Once the initial values are given, then you can't change that size. All right. Initially itself, you're given whatever values that you want to. Now, instead of doing it this way, the second syntax that you can use is something like this. In square brackets, ARR2 equal to new int of 5. And with this, you given the 5 elements that you wanted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But with this syntax, now the number of values that you're giving must be exactly 5. Must be exactly 5. Meaning what? I can't give 4 values here and say, okay, the last one I don't want to give a value. This won't be allowed. I have to give in what? Exactly 5. Can I give in 6? Will that work?
No, sir.
Because I have, in this case, I'm giving it a size. I'm telling it what is the size. In the first case, I'm keeping it flexible based on the number of values that I'm assigning to it. So different ways in which you can create an array and give it an initial value. All right. Let's try some of the array class methods. So you have array dot, right? Some of the methods are available here. Now, while looking through this, you will see some methods having angle brackets. For now, ignore those methods. Those methods are using a different concept that we will look at when we are working with link. All right. So for now, just simply ignore those methods which have a angle bracket. There are certain additional concepts that we have not covered so far, which we will cover. Hopefully tomorrow, day after tomorrow, we'll cover them. Not tomorrow. Tomorrow is a short session. So we will be looking at some of these other concepts, and that time this will make sense. So look at the methods right now without any angle bracket. They're using generics right now, those methods. And let's see some of the common methods out here. So array.binary search. As the name suggests, what do you think this would do for you? Binary search. Yes. Search for an element in the array using the binary search algorithm. Now, for this to work, the array needs to be in a sorted order. Are we clear on this, everybody? And if you've not got the array in the sorted order, then I think you'll already, you would know all of this. You've done data structures, right? So you would have probably written down all these algorithms yourself. So you know all these things. I don't need to explain that. So anyway, using the binary search. Now there are other options available for searching it. Like there's a method here called index of, and there's a method here called last index of. So let's see both of these. Let's start off with index of. So array.index of, firstly, which array you want to search? So let's say I want to search for ARR. And secondly, what is the value you want to search? So let's say I want to search for value of 5. Now this returns to you the position, the index of that method. So int index is equal to array.index of so and so. Two possibilities exist. if index is -1, that means it was not found in that array. That element was not found in the array, right? Otherwise, what will it return? Like in this case, 5. What will this return now? This is 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. This is the 4. Let me give in different values so that you're not confused. So what will 50 do? If I am trying to search for 50, what index number is this one? What index number? Index number
4, sir.
4.
4.
That is what would be returned out here. Okay. Similarly, there is another method here called last index of. And what is last index of would give you? What will last index of do?
Same, sir.
Read it from the end. So this would make a difference if that values are repeated. Like for example, if I said last index of 50 now, this will give me the last time that the 50 occurs out there. Okay. So this was 4 and then 5 and then 6. This would have returned 6. The last index of would return 6. This would return this returns a 4 and this returns a 6. Okay. Now, the other option you have is binary search. And what binary search, assuming the values were sorted. Now, this will not work with this one, right? Binary search will not work with this one because the values are not in the sorted order, right? But assuming they were in the sorted order, let's say ARR 2 and looking out for the number 4, right? This would return to you 0, 4. So this is index number 3. And if you're using binary search, it returns minus a negative number. Let me not say minus. Let me say a negative number if not found. All right. So instead of checking for -1, what will you check out for? For binary search, what will be the syntax that you will look out for? Instead of saying -1, what will you check out for?
Less than 0, sir.
Less than 0. So that's what you would check out for. Okay. In fact, that less than 0 syntax will work with all 3 of them. Right? The less than 0 syntax will work with all 3 of them. So if you want to write standard code, you can check for less than 0. All right. That was searching an array. Let's try a few other things. Array.clear. What do you think .clear will do? Array.clear. What do you think that will do?
Remove all elements.
Wrong answer. Wrong answer. See, remember one thing, that the array is a fixed size data structure. So once you're given the size out there, you can't change the size. You can't easily add elements to the array or remove elements from the array. Array is always fixed, static memory allocation. So the answer I heard was it will remove all the elements. Removing all the elements implies what? There will be nothing left in the array. So that is not correct. The array will always have the same size. So what clear will do will initialize all the elements to their default values. Now, in case of an integer, what is the default value for an integer?
0, sir.
0.
Be 0. But if it is an array of objects, supposing you have taken an array of strings, then what is the default value for a string?
Null, sir.
Null.
Null. So then it will make it null. Or if it is an array of employees, what is the default value for an employee? Again is null. So it will make it null. Are you clear on this, everybody?
Yes, sir.
All right. So don't say it will, remove the elements. Okay. Use the word, it will initialize them to their default values. That's what clear would do. Okay. Is that clear? Yeah. Is that clear? Is clear
Yes,
clear?
sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
In another batch, I heard the answer. Ki what will clear do? It will clear all the elements. Now, can you give such an answer in the interview? Can you answer the question with the question itself? What will clear do will clear all the elements. Now you may know the answer, but you have to give in the right words. No? Anyway, array dot clear, let's say ARR. Okay. Do this only if you don't plan to do anything else with the array. Right? That will initialize all the elements to their default values. Array dot copy, as the name suggests, would allow you to copy from one array to another array. So firstly, the source array. So let's say ARR2, sorry, copy from ARR2 into the destination array. Let's say ARR. And number of elements that you want to copy. So let's say I say ARR2.length. So how many will it copy now? All the elements from ARR2 will be copied into the first array. So after this line is over, assuming these are the initial values, what will be the values in ARR now after this line? Would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then whatever, 60, 50, 80. So it will override those values that we had in there. All right. Now there are overloads to this copy also. For example, let's look at this. Source array, from which array? Int source index. Ki which index number of the source array, from which array you want to copy. Then next parameter there, array destination array. I'm just reading out the parameter. Third parameter, destination array. Into which array? Then int destination index. At what point in the array you want to copy it? And then lastly, length, number of elements you want to copy. So there are overloads to this also. We can, start from not necessarily from the beginning of the array, from the middle of the array, copy whatever elements you want. Copy from the beginning of the first array, copy into the middle of the second array. There are a lot of options available for doing that. So look at the overloads also. But the simplest one is what I have given you. There is also an array.constraint copy. All right. Now you won't be able to try this out, but I'll explain to you what is the difference between the two. Array.constraint copy. Now, if while copying the array elements, it threw an exception. Okay. Now, why could it fail? What could happen? Maybe there is not enough memory to copy the array elements. All right. Or there was some internal error while trying to copy them. So if while trying to copy the array elements, if it gave an error, then the array remains half copied. So supposing there are 20 elements to copy and 10 got copied correctly, but 11th one threw an exception and 11th one didn't work. Right? 11th one did not work. So what would happen in copy? In copy, only the 10 that were copied will remain copied. So it will be half copied, but 11th one onwards, it will not be copied. Now, what if you want to all or nothing commit? You want to ensure all or nothing commit, which says that either everything should be copied correctly, or even if one fails, then none should be copied. Then you use a constraint copy. Now, it's going to be difficult to see this in code because the reason why it doesn't work, you can't simulate that reason. One reason could be not in the memory. Now, how do you simulate that? All right. So, you know about constraint copy, and constraint copy would be used wherever you want to ensure what? That the entire array is being copied correctly or not at all. So it should not leave it halfway copied. Constraint copy would have similar parameters to copy the second variation that I showed. Okay, ignore some of the others. There's a array.create instance. Now you don't need that in C++, in C#. Create instance is creating an array. Now certain languages don't have this syntax. Certain languages don't have this syntax for creating an array. So to create an array in that language, which doesn't support a syntax like this, you'll have to call array.create instance, which will create an array for you. In C#, you don't need that. Okay. ignore these. All of these are using generics and we are ignoring all of those. These are all going to be used when you're using link. All right. Yeah, couple of more methods only. Sort and reverse. I'm not explaining that. Sort and reverse. What will sort do?
Sort the array in ascending order, sir.
Sort the array in ascending order. Reverse does what? Whatever elements are there are, the order is changed. First goes to the last, second goes to the second last, and so on and so forth. Now, these methods, the sort method, for example, not the reverse, but the sort method would work only for inbuilt data types. So, for example, if you're trying to sort an array of integers or strings, this would work correctly. But if you're trying to sort an array of employees, then this would not work. So we will, I don't know whether we have time or not, but if we have time, then we will try and see this. Are we clear on this, everybody?
Sir, internal, what algorithm is it using for sorting?
I don't know. I have not read the documentation anywhere what algorithm it uses. But if you find out what it uses, let me know.
Hanji, sir.
But I haven't bothered to check which particular algorithm it uses. I haven't bothered. Okay. So these are some of the methods that you had with arrays, right? With the array class. Try out these methods one by one. So far, we have seen a single dimension array. We're going to try working with the double dim array. So double dim array, you can think of it as rows and columns. This easy way of thinking of this. And you can actually, accept all these array elements and work with them and whatnot. When you're working with a double dim array, none of these array class methods work. Array dot, for example, sort or index of or any of these. These are only applicable for single dim arrays. All right. So if you want to work with double dim arrays, and then you have to write your own algorithms. You don't have an option for, something like searching or sorting. You don't have that. Let me create an array out here. So, think of it this way. Let's say there are 2 batches that we have here, and each batch has, I don't know, 100 students, 100 odd students, right? So what would be an array size here in this case? If there are 2 batches and each batch is 100 students, array size of 2, 100. Okay, now I don't know accept 100 elements. So let me say array size of 5, 3. Right? So 5 batches of 3 students each. I would declare it in this manner, int square brackets. Now, you would have to give a comma here. The number of commas would be 1 less than number of dimensions. All right. So, for example, if you want to create a single dim array, how many commas did you give?
0, sir.
For a 1 dimension array, how many commas did you give?
0, sir.
0. For a 2 dimension array, you will give 1 comma. For a 3 dimension array, you will give 2 commas. For a 4 dimension array, you will give 3 commas. So number of commas will be 1 less than the number of dimensions. I'm restricting myself to a 2-dim array, int so and so, whatever, ARR is equal to new int of 5, 3. So what am I saying out here in this case? I've got 5 batches and each batch has 3 students. Okay. Well, number of project groups. 5 project groups and each group has 3 students. Now you can make it a larger number for your this thing, so you can accept all the values. I'm doing it small only. All right. before we write any code, let us print some properties of this. So first thing I'm going to print is arr.rank. And the arr.rank here is number of dimensions. So how many dimensions is this array now? 2 dimensions. That will return to me 2. arr.length. arr.length will give me total number of elements in the array. So how many total number of elements do I have here in this case? 5 batches of 3 each. So total number of elements should be 15. So that's giving me a number 15. But what if I wanted to know the length of the first dimension? I want to know this number 5 because this 15 is giving me the whole thing. So to do that, you have arr.getLength. And getLength takes the dimension number as a parameter. So this is the length of first dimension. All the dimension starts from 0. Length of first dimension. And what would that be now in this case? Get length of 0 will return to you how much? Would be 5. Alright. Similarly, if you wanted the length of the second dimension. Length of the second dimension. So instead of 0, you would say get length of 1. And this would return to you now a value of 3. Alright. So get length of 0 or get length of 1. If you wanted the length of the third dimension, it's prompting you get length of 2. I don't have a third dimension here. Alright. You have one more method out here, which you might want, called get upper bound. And instead of the length, it's returning you the upper bound. Alright. Now, what do you mean by upper bound? The last element number in the array. Right? So if you had this array, what would be, how do you be referring to this array? First element in the array would be ARR of 0, 0. Right? That's the first batch, first student. Next one, ARR of 0, 1. First batch, second student. Next one, ARR of 0, 2. Right? That's the third student. 0, 2. That's the third student. How do I get the, sorry. What did I do? Control C, Control V, Control V. Okay. How do I get the second batch? 1, 0, 1, 1, 1, 2. Next one again was 2, 0, 2, 1, 2, 2. Right? 2, 2, 2. Next one was 3, 0, 3, 1, 3, 2. And the last one was 4, 0, 4, 1, 4, 2. So these are the array elements that you are having. Now, what are the upper bound of the first one? What are the upper bound of the first dimension? What are the last number that can go up to? Is 4. Alright, is 4. And what are the upper bound of the second dimension? What are the last number it can go up to? Is 2. Now the upper bound will always be 1 less than the length. If the length is 5, upper bound will be 4. If the length is 3, upper bound will be 2. Alright? So you don't need the upper bound, but if you want to not use the length and use the upper bound, you can do that also. You have a lower bound also. And the lower bound always starts from 0 in C#. So in C#, you don't need lower bound. But when you're writing in some other languages, like for example, VB.NET allows your array to start from a number other than 0. You can start it from 1 also. So there the lower bound will be 1. So there you will need it. But here everywhere, how do we always write a loop? We write for, int I equal to 0. We always start with 0. We don't write a method or a function to get the value. We presume it's starting with 0. So you don't need lower bound, but the lower bound is also available out. So these are some of the properties of that. Let's try printing these values and quickly confirm what is happening here? Right? So if you look at the output, 2 here, 2 was the rank, 15 was the length, 5 was get length of 0, which is the length of the first dimension. Then the next one was length of the second dimension, and lastly, upper bound of the first. Are we clear on this, everybody? All right. So this is to just display properties of that array. Can we write some code to accept the array elements? So I want to accept these 5 batches and 3 students, marks for each of the 3 students. Help me. Starting with, this is what I want to loop through, right? This is the loop that I want to write. So help me with this. Starting with the for loop. Int I equal to 0. I want what? 0, 0. Then what? I less than ARR dot. What would this change to? I want to go from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. I less than, not ARR dot length. ARR dot length is giving me 15.
Get
What
length,
would
sir.
that be? Get length of 0. Correct. So I less than ARR dot get length of 0, I plus plus. Similar loop for int j is equal to 0, j less than ARR dot get length of 1, j plus plus. And let's try writing some code. Now I want to write code in this format, the one that I showed you earlier. Enter value for so and so. Right? That's what I want to do here as well. So what would change here? Enter value for ARR of I, comma, curly brackets, j. Right? And instead of just saying ARR of I, you would now say ARR of I, comma, j. That's what we're doing to accept the array elements. Okay. Suppose you wanted it in a better way. Key enter values for batch number so and so and student number so and so. Then can you make that change accordingly? Right? So print the values accordingly. Just play around with that. And one more loop to display the elements. So similar loop to display the elements. Instead of a console.write, I'll use a console.writeLine. And value for ARR of I, comma, j is, and I want actual value of ARR of I, comma, j. So this would be now ARR of I, comma, j. That's how I'm printing the values. I don't need the read line here. Okay. Maybe a console.writeLine in between the two. All right. Let's try running the values, running this code. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. Right? And then value for what happened. I say that in the copy paste. Value chahiye. Okay. All right. Okay. So that's your double lim array. Questions, if any? Okay. Do we have that here? I'm sure we do. What if I have an array of objects? Let's say I have a class employee. Now, here you can actually use your employee class that you created on day 1. Okay. I've just put in a couple of properties here, but you can actually use the employee class that you created on day 1. And what I want to do here is create an array of employees. So help me with this code, please. Static void main and creating an array of employees. So instead of int square bracket ARR, this would be what? Employee square bracket ARR ems is equal to new employee of 5. Now, what is this new for? What is this new for? What is new telling you? What is the new something telling you?
Object creation, sir.
Object.
Create
Sorry?
object.
No, it
Object
doesn't tell you
creation.
create objects. This new is for the size of the array. Ki how many references you want to create. It is not creating 5 objects. It is creating 5 references. When you said employee EMP, what is EMP? Is EMP a reference or is it an object? What is it?
Reference, sir.
Reference. So here also you're creating an array of 5 references. All right. But you're not allocating memory for the employee object. So there are no 5 employee objects. There are 5 references. So what you need to do explicitly here is you need to say this ARR of ems of 0 is equal to new employee. And you need to do this for each of them. So you need to allocate all the 5 objects out here. You need to do this. Right? So please remember that here you're not creating 5 objects. This is a common misconception. This new is not for 5 objects. It is for the size of the array, 5 references that you're creating. Here is where you're creating the objects. The new employee, this is where your object is being created. Understood? So this part of the code, you'll have to do this. Now, if you notice, it's in a loop, right? This is in the loop. Agree? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So help me with the loop. For int I equal to 0. What else? I less than ARR ems dot length and I plus plus. So ARR ems of I is equal to new employee. If you don't do this, then it'll give you a null reference exception saying that the object has not been created. Achha, once you have created it, now ARR ems of I is an employee object. It's pointing to an employee object. So help me, how do I refer to this now? Suppose I want to pick up the employee number for this. What do I do to pick up the employee number? ARR ems of I is one employee object. Dot would give you all the properties of the employee. And what properties do we have here now? Employee number, and the second one here is name. Dot name. Right? Now, what you might want to do with it, you might want to accept the values or display the values. All of that will have to be done with this. Okay. Now, I'm not completing the code for you because one of the things that I've given you is an assignment which asks you to accept an array of objects out here. Okay. So I'm not completing the code for you. Okay. Supposing I have not, done this here. Supposing I have not done it here. But I have just used this loop to do what? What is this loop only doing? To initialize the 5 objects. Now, how do I loop through this? One is using the index, second is using what? A for each loop. So now for each, what is ARR ems now? ARR ems, each of them is an employee. So one element in there is an employee. So my loop would look like this for each employee. I'm purposely calling it item, right? For each employee item in ARR ems. Now, what is read only here? I told you for each loop is read only. So what will not be allowed? What can I not do? What can I not do?
Sir, point item to a different object.
So I can't do this equal to new employee. Would this have been allowed?
No, sir.
No. So I could not have done this part in a for each loop. I can't do that. So this is not allowed. So this is not allowed because this is read only. And
Read
this is what we
only.
mean by read only for your references.
Right.
But what can be done? What can be done? I can change the item dot. This can change. So item dot employee number equal to, can I do this as, let's say 1, right? Can I do this? Will this be allowed?
Yes, sir.
All right. Or for that matter, item dot name equal to, and then put in a value here. Can I do this? Yes. So this is what I meant by read only. All right. And of course, you can use it to accept the values into this. Right. But if you have to initialize them, you would have to write a for loop only. So this is okay. Right. I'm not asking you to do that. I'm just showing you how to loop through that. Now you are to write code for this, and that's part of the assignment that's coming on. So the assignment is very simple. Create an array of employee objects, accept values, display values, and some basic operations that you have to do with them. Okay. All right. Let's consider another situation. How many students do we have in these two batches? Juhu, Kargar, you have a breakup? You all know what is the breakup?
No, sir.
How many students in each batch? You know the number? I'm just asking. I'm just curious.
No, sir.
You all don't know? Okay, total number how many are there? Malkit may have the answer, but I'm not sure Malkit is here. Let's not bother him. I just
Sir,
90130.
270 total.
One. I didn't understand that here. What? 130 and 90. Is that the number that you're giving me?
Sir, 130 is for Khargar and
Acha, okay.
Sir,
90 is for
almost
Jew.
about that.
Okay, okay, understood. So supposing I said create an array for accepting values out here. Now, if I'm creating a double dim array, I would have said 2 batches of X number of students each. Now, if this number was equal, all right, is 130 and 90. Let's say if it was 110 each, I could have said 2, 110. I could have done it as what? 2, 110. And that would have been okay. But now you know that this is not equal. So what will be the size of my array now in this case? I'll have to say 2, 130 because I'll have to take the highest number of elements there. And for Juhu, I'll have to leave 40 people blank, 40 elements blank. Okay. So if you have elements where the number of elements are not the same, then creating a double dim array is not the answer. Because in the double dim array, then you're wasting a lot of space. Are you getting what I'm trying to say? So in this case, what we're going to do is we're going to create an array of arrays. And we're going to say that how many batches are there? There are 2 batches. So I'm going to create a single dim array of size 2. I'm going to create a single dim array of size 2. And what does each single dim array now hold? Each single dim array now holds another array. And the first array, assuming Khargar is taken first, has 130 elements in there. And the second one has 90 elements in there. Are you clear on this, everybody?
Yes, sir.
Such an array where, see, normally when you create an array, the edges are the same. If you lay down the array elements, the edges are the same. In this sort of an array, the edges will vary. Edges will vary means what? Number of elements will vary. Such an array is called as a jagged array. A jagged array is unequal number of elements in each part. They could be unequal. All right. And a jagged array is typically an array of arrays. So in the next example, I'm going to take up a jagged array where the number of elements in each part may not exactly be the same. All right. I'll take the same example that I'm taking up, which is number of batches and number of students in each batch, wherein we are saying that number of students in each batch could vary. All right. Let's have a look at an example of a jagged array. Now, in this example of mine, I have hard-coded certain values to keep things easy, but I don't need to hard-code them. All right, I'll explain what I mean by that. Sorry, I copied the wrong code. All right, so have a look at this. Now, when you create a jagged array, I'm not going to use the comma syntax. When I use the comma syntax, I'm creating a double dim array. Here, read it from right to left. ARR is an array of integers. ARR is an array of integers. Right? That's how you read it. And if I take the same example, okay, number of batches and number of students, I have hard-coded this to say that there are 4 batches available out here. So how many batches do I have here? 4, which I have hard-coded. Okay. Now, instead of hard-coding into 4, if I had to make it more flexible, this could have been a number n, just n, where n is accepted from the user. So I could have asked the user how many batches, put into a variable called n and put that variable here. But for the sake of brevity, I have not done that. I have hard-coded to 4. All right. Now, what would each batch contain? Each batch, see, this is the array out here. Each batch contains an integer array. Now, how many students are there in each batch is what I'm giving next. So the first batch, there are 4 elements in there, 4 batches. First batch would be error of 0. Second batch would be error of 1. Third batch would be error of 2. Fourth batch would be error of 3. So that's your, loop actually that you're running. The first batch has 3 students in it. The first batch has 3 students in it. Again, I'm hard coding values, but I'm going to ask you not to hard code them. And when I'm creating this, the array elements would be numbered from ARR of 0. That's the first batch. And the first student in there is of 0. Second one is of 1 and of 2. So these are the 3 students in the first batch. All right. Second batch is ARR of 1, has 4 students. Again, I've hard-coded the values. And now the values would change to ARR of 1, starting from of 0 to of 3. So these are the 4 students in that second batch. Similarly here, carrying on further, ARR of 2 is the third batch. How many students in that batch? Numbered accordingly. Fourth batch, how many students in that batch? Numbered accordingly. All right. Now these values I have hard coded. I have said, I have put myself, give 3, 4, 3, 2, 3, whatever. What if I had to ask this from the user? If you look at the left-hand side, this is a loop. And this loop goes on from int I equal to 0, I less than ARR dot length, I plus plus. Remember, a jagged array is not a double dim array. It's a single array. It's single dim array. So the loop for running through it is what you're running through a single dim array. And left-hand side would be now ARR of I, which varies from 0 to 1 less than the size out there, is equal to new int of x. See, this here is x, and where x would be a number accepted from the user. So I accept from the user, okay, how many students you want in that batch. So first, before the loop starts, I'm asking him how many batches he wants. And then in the loop, now I'm asking him what should be the size of each batch. Right? Once I have created the array. So this part of the loop or this part of the code is just for creating the jagged array. Once I've created the jagged array, the next part here, of course, is for looping through it. Once again, let me remind you, this is not a double dim array. So the code that you're writing for double dim array will not work here. The outer loop is still the same for a single dim array. So for int I equal to 0, I less than the ARR dot length, I plus plus, same as before. And this I would vary what now? 0, 1, 2, 3. These are the values for I, 0, 1, 2, 3. Now within that, each element now contains an array. So ARR of I dot length is the length of the first array. So this is the ARR of 0 dot length. Okay, what is the length of this? This would give me 3. And then I loop through it to accept ARR of I comma j. So ARR of I dot length is giving you what now? If you run it in the loop, will be 3, 4, 2, and 3. That's how you're getting the length of these, each of these individual array elements. And then once you have got I and j, the code to write that is the same as before. Question was how to get that I and j. Once you have I and j, standard code that you're writing there. So this is the code for accepting the array elements. Initial code was for just creating the array. Asking them, okay, how many batches, how many students in each batch, and then now accept the values. Whatever code you are written to accept the values, similar code to display the values. Are we clear on this?
Yes, sir.
The same loop to display the values. So that's the second thing that I'm asking you to do. Create a jagged array where the number of students, number of batches are variable. Okay. Okay, now if you want to, I'm not asking you to. If you want to, you can stretch this example. For example, find out CDAC Kharghar runs multiple courses. Each course has number of students, different number of students. So each course has different number of batches. Each batch is different number of students. So find out how many, first thing is courses, right? Find out how many courses. Each course has how many batches? Second one. Each batch has how many students? 3. Where is CDAC Kharghar located? In which city?
Bombay, sir.
In Mumbai. CDAC is in multiple cities. Find out how many cities, how many centers in each city, in that city. Find out how many courses in that center. Find out how many batches in that course. Find out how many students in that batch. So you can increase that. Now you know it doesn't run only in Maharashtra. Find out one more layer. How many states? Achha, I don't know whether you know this, sir. But CDAC is there in other countries also. So find out how many countries, how many states, how many cities in that state, how many centers in that city, how many courses in that center, and you get the idea. Okay. At this point, we don't know whether CDAC exists on other planets. We don't know that. So we can, keep it up to country. Right? The point I'm making, you can extend this example as much as you want to. I'm asking you for a very simple one, which is 2 dimensions. In fact, I've given you the code. I've commented out here. I've told you, I've given you a hint on how to write that. Okay. So that's your array assignment for the day. There is also an inheritance assignment coming. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm calling them assignments. I should not be calling them assignments. This is my, gift to you, my love for you. Right? So there's another assignment based on inheritance. I just want to show you that assignment. The array assignment also I'll be uploading. Tomorrow, by the way, we have a short session. So there's plenty of time to do these assignments. Okay. So let me open that gift that I have for you. And where are we? Where are we? Assignments. I should rename that folder, right? And inheritance assignment. So I want to just quickly discuss that. We have about 10 minutes officially for the session to end, but obviously I extend the session more than that whenever I feel like. So quickly read through this. Some of this has already been done before, but this has a inheritance angle to it. So read this, and I'm going to be sharing this with you, but I'm going to be discussing this out here. Okay. I'm going to ask you for questions if you have any questions later. So make a note of your questions. Again, remember, I want you to solve it on your own. I don't want you at the end of this discussion. I don't want you to have to go and ask someone else ki what is the problem statement, or explain to me what it's done. क्या बोला था सर ने, क्या बोला था? अच्छा, क्या करने का है? अच्छा, ऐसा करने का क्या? अच्छा 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 अच्छा, और क्या करने का है? अच्छा, so those questions, get them cleared here only. तू क्या कर रहा है? अच्छा, ये कर रहा है? अच्छा, मैं, अच्छा अच्छा, फिर ये कैसे करने का? ये क्यों ऐसे क्यों करने का? किंवा अरे काय सांगितलं काय सरांनी, मला काही कळलंच नाही. काहीतरी बोलत होते पण कळलं नाही मला काय म्हणत होते. So these talks I don't want. So read through it, clarify your questions here itself. You have to do it on your own. Okay, have you finished reading them? Just show me a thumbs up if yes. Just show me a thumbs up if yes. If you finished reading it. All right. So questions, if any. Starting with the first class, and then we'll go our ways. Any questions? You can either put them in the chat window or ask me them directly. Are we clear on the first one? Okay. No questions? I hope thought in your mind is no, it's too close to 8 o'clock. I don't want to ask a question and delay the class. No questions. I'm surprised. Anyway. So you're either a brilliant batch or I won't say the other one. Secondly, next one. Manager, general manager, CEO is fairly simple. And the note. There's a lot of information there in the note. No questions. Absolutely no questions. You understood exactly what I would ask you to do. I'm amazed. I truly am. Never ever happened before. But nobody's had a question. All right. So since there is no question, one by one, any one of you, one at a time, explain to me what needs to be done. Anyone. Now, let's hear you. Who would like to go first explaining this? First class, what is to be done here? In words, explain.
So we'll start creating a class named employees. Sorry,
A little
employee.
closer to the mic.
Sir, we'll start with creating a class named employee.
Correct. This is the
Sir,
same class as what you had earlier. You can copy paste some of that code and make modifications. There are some changes here. No questions about the changes. What have I asked you to do? In the
so the
properties, what has
abstract
changed?
decimal basic. The abstract decimal basic is confusing, sir. What is?
So then that was the question I'm expecting from you all. Now the questions are coming. After I ask you the question, now the question comes up. Mohammed Saif, bas kya? I asked you the question. Now you're asking me the same question with a question mark now. So I have not shown you how to create a abstract property. I have shown you how to create an abstract method. But what is a property? A property is also a method only, right? So even your property can be abstract. The same things that we spoke about for abstract methods are also applicable for abstract properties. Exactly the same, which means what? They must compulsorily be implemented in the derived class. Achha, now I have not mentioned that specifically here, but employee needs to be a dash class.
Abstract,
Why? Correct answer. Why?
sir, because it has one of the
It has at
method is
least
abstract.
one abstract member in it. So I have not explicitly said that, but that's implied. Second thing that's abstract there is the abstract method. Abstract method, you all know. I'm confident about that. But the abstract property. So look up the syntax on how to create an abstract property. Very similar in concept. Syntax, if you're not sure, look it up. Whom will you ask for help? Don't ask your friends for help. Look it up on your own. Whatever resources you want to use. All right? Not your friends though. You have to do it on your own. The next one. Achha, that doesn't mean you go to ChatGPT and type out a query and get all the code and type it out. Okay? A lot of you will do that. I don't want that. Look out for individual lines, help whatever you want to, and then do that. If I had to ask you to do ChatGPT, then this would have been an English speaking course, right? Which would have taught you how to give prompts in ChatGPT. If that's the only thing that you all do. All right. Okay. The next one. The manager class needs to now inherit from employee and add this additional property. So this is fairly simple. The derived classes are fairly simple. Okay. The general manager again inherits from manager, adds one more property. CEO inherits from employee and adds or makes this the sealed method. Now the note is important. So one line of the notes. Who would like to explain the first line? Overloaded constructors in all classes calling their base class constructor. Somebody please explain this to me. Who would like to explain it? Not Rohan. Rohan tried explaining the first one. I cut him off then. Anyone else? Anyone other than Rohan?
No worries.
Who's explaining this line to me? Explain to me what is expected from me. Explain in detail. I don't know what I mean by constructor chaining. Explain in detail. Mohammed Faisal Khan. So do you have a mic available? Can you speak? Do you have a mic available, Mohammed Faisal Khan? Yes, no. Put in a yes or a no. Do you have a mic or no? Where you can speak. Mohammed Faisal, I don't know how to refer to you, but do you have a mic or not? Answer this question. If it is no, then I'll ask someone else to answer. Okay, no response. Can you all hear me?
Yes, sir. So maybe his
Sir.
internet went off.
Okay, maybe he got disconnected. Anyone else wants to answer what that line means?
Sir,
I'll go to Rohan. He's, I think, itching to answer if nobody else wants to answer, but someone else. Ruturaj, you wanted to speak. Go ahead.
sir, the property
Ruturaj, I
specific.
can't see you. I hope you're not in your washroom or something. No, no? Okay. So, guy, such a handsome guy, I want to see you. Why are you keeping your cameras off?
Sir,
Go ahead.
the property specific to those classes should be implemented through their constructors only.
Okay.
Initialize, sorry.
And explain more. I'm not understood.
Sir, means the constructor of that particular class should initialize those values.
Okay, let's start with the employee class. Let's start with the employee class. What will you do in the employee class?
Sir, as manager class means it
Let's start with the employee. Tell me an employee first.
as the means we can as
Okay.
employee number is a static property, we should initialize it in static constructor.
Okay, so employee number we will not take in this thing. How many properties does employee have? 4.
Yes.
Out of the 4, one of them is auto-generated. All right. The code for this I've shared with you earlier. So you don't have to work on that code all over again. You already have that code. I've given you the assignment. Today's assignment, I'll be uploading it. So the employee constructor will take 3 parameters. The 3 parameters would be name, department number, and basic.
Basic.
Right? Okay.
Yes.
You would be initializing the values there. Manager now inherits from employee. Total, how many properties are there in manager?
All those inherited ones only.
So
No
total, how many
specific.
properties in manager? How many can you see?
4.
Total of 5 are there in manager. 4 from employee plus 1 in manager. But the constructor will only take 4 parameters. Then what will it do after that? After receiving 4 parameters, what will it do? Yeah, Rutu?
Sir, that's it, means all those initialization of basic.
But explain, you know the answer in your mind, but you have to say it in words. In the interview, if you go in like this, then I will not select you. You have to express your thoughts. You have to learn how to express them. So in manager, what will you do in the constructor? Give me a detailed answer.
So we can use it's the specific class name dot then. That can be one of that.
No, you're faltering. You're going further away from the answer. See, this is why I'm encouraging all of you all to speak. I want to hear you all. And if you're giving wrong answer, I'll correct you all. No? You're not speaking only. Rohan, if I meet him, I'm going to give him a hug later. The English one, huh? You're the only one who's constantly, with the camera on, interested. He's showing me that he's interested. You all might be. Anyway, so let me tell you what I need. Okay, anyone wants to answer this in detail?
Sir, we will override the constructor using basic operator.
Carry on.
Hello.
Carry on. What were you saying?
Sir, I said that we have to, for an employer class, we will take constructor and override into the manager using the basic operator.
You mean the base keyword?
Yeah, base keyword, sorry.
Okay. All right. So I'll again, the manager will receive all the parameters for the manager class, but it will not write code to initialize all the code in there. It will instead pass it to its base class, which happens to be employee, using the base keyword. That is what I mean out here. Similarly, general manager, how many properties are there total in general manager? Total number of properties. How many
6,
are
sir.
there?
Six.
Six. 4 from employee, 1 from manager, 1 in general manager. Number of parameters there will be 5 because one of them is auto-generated. And then it will receive 5 parameters, but not initialize all 5. It will pass it to the manager class using the base keyword. Manager will receive from there, pass it to the employee class. So that is what is required. So yes, I mean, Mohammed Faisal Khan has gone offline, construct a chaining and all of that thing, but you have to be able to put it into words, explain it. No? What is the point of having the knowledge but not being able to express it? Shubham, I bet you, I bet you when you're discussing it with your friends and colleagues here, you're talking in Hindi. I bet you.
Yes, sir.
And I bet you that you know the answers, but you're going to not get through in the interview. I bet you that. Because I have to extract the answer out of you. That fluency is just not there. The ability to express technical terms in the language that is required to be done is missing. And this is why they have been screaming at you for 4 months, 5 months. Speak in English, speak in English. So when speaking to Johnson, sir, you speak in English. But the moment you turn to your friends, you say, "Ye kya karne ka hai isme na aise kar lete." And you're going to face a problem. Now, this nobody will tell you. I'm telling you. Sorry to be blunt, but I want to give you a reality check. So even now, even for the month, 2 months before your interview, speak only in English. Because you need to be able to express yourself in English. It's no good having only the knowledge. The guy sitting in front of you has to hear you. All right?
Yes, sir.
So it's in your interest to do what I'm asking you to do. I will probably not even meet you ever in my life. So I don't lose anything. But it'll hurt me if I know that there is a good student who knows his stuff, but is not able to express it out there. What you're doing is, you're doing 2 things. You're in your mind, you know the answer in Hindi, and you're thinking about the answer, and then at runtime, at real time, you're converting it to English. And that is where you're faltering. So you have to build that muscle memory. You have to build that habit of speaking in English. And it's very important. And you all are just ignoring it royally. देखा जाएगा इंटरव्यू में जो होना है वो. अरे नहीं होता है वैसे. वो देखा जाएगा is a life-changing decision. So if you guys are serious about doing well, finally at the end of it, your interviews are going to be what is counting. What is the point of knowing it and not going there and being able to express it? Why am I asking you all to talk to me? I'm asking you all because, not because I, don't know the answer or whatever, and I'm trying to see what. I want you all to speak. So follow Rohan's cue. Now, probably the 5th time I've, said, oh, Rohan is doing well. But he is. Speak to me. Express yourself. Don't feel shy. Rutu said, oh, I'm not sure. The tension is there. Arey, what tension? You're with friends right now. Tension will be later. So get over that thing. Everybody, all of y'all. Anyway, let's go and quickly move on to the session. So that was the first line, overloaded constructors in all classes calling the base class constructor. The next one, all classes must implement the IDB functions interface. So get that same interface that you are working with, IDB functions, and implement that. Same, the three methods, insert, update, delete. All right. Now, while doing this, there will be a variety of ways of doing this. So you have to find out whatever way works for you. I will discuss what the different ways are and the pros and cons of each approach when I'm discussing the assignment. But you do it whatever way you want to. Don't look at somebody else's work. What is he doing and follow that. You follow what you think is right. I'm telling you there are multiple right answers for doing it. Use whatever way you think right. The next one. All classes to override the abstract members defined in the base class employee. So which means now if you take calculate net salary, in each and every class, I want different code for this calculate net salary. In each and every class. What is the other method that we have? Basic. That's a property. In each and every class, different code for basic. All right. So this is what we are doing with the last one. So this is the assignment that I'm sharing with you all. I will be discussing this assignment day after tomorrow, not tomorrow. Tomorrow I want to take up something else. So there is plenty of work for you to do this, and I've just shared the schedule with Malkit. Malkit will update you all whenever, he feels right. He has to also talk to a couple of other things and figure that out. But tomorrow, at least the session starts at 1:30, not at 2:30. Okay, shorter session tomorrow. So I will see you tomorrow. Anything that you want to ask me in this assignment? Anything that you're not clear about? All right. So see you tomorrow. Happy coding. Bye for now.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. So, okay.